by the name of Spotted Toad. I love these anonymous
is that national
accounts.
Or which state?
Yeah, it's in Wisconsin. Just Wisconsin voter data.
Nobody's moving to Wisconsin. That's
No,
impossible.
but Milwaukee lost population.
No, I'm saying the whole state probably lost population.
That's right. That's
so
right.
how are they adding people?
Well, because Mr. Bradley voted. The 118-year-old from Michigan
They didn't
voted.
add people.
We have evidence that Mr. Bradley voted. It's not evidence, it's more than evidence.
In Wisconsin, just 6 feet under.
There is now a statistical analysis being done of Wisconsin and Michigan, and is statistically impossible.
That was incredible.
It's statistically impossible that Joe Biden had the turnout. Yeah, we're going to get this on the screen right here. Which one? This one?
Both of them.
Yeah.
They're these right angles. That's not how elections work.
It looks like that when you need the Plan B to happen.
Connor, let's throw this
Remember
up.
when Peter Strzok said that they have an insurance policy? That's exactly what's going on here. And this is from the redelephants.com. I think that they were mean to me once.
Yeah.
I don't care.
It's true. This graph is all over the internet.
I don't really care if they were. This transcends that. I don't care.
Yeah, we're same team right now.
I don't really care. Okay. So
today, fact checkers telling us that we're wrong on that. I don't care. I haven't seen.
No, this is the best one right here.
I have not seen.
Jeez, this is a really good article they wrote here. I got to give.
Seen a good example.
This is really good.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't seen a good explanation.
This is the best consolidation I've seen.
Yeah,
it's really, really good. Okay, so we're gonna put this other one up on screen. So you do see that right angle turn? Okay. This was not turning right on Fifth Avenue.
So you went to bed maybe on Tuesday night.
I did. So I want to be honest. Like I collapsed at like 4 o'clock Eastern. I collapsed.
Like 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah, I had 2 hours of sleep, and I've been going crazy. And I called my Wisconsin guys, which were part of the Walker operation, and they said, we're going to win this thing by 11,000 votes. Milwaukee County, there's no way Milwaukee County will come through this kind of
How many
votes.
times have we heard something
along
those lines?
But that was 4 a.m., okay? And these guys know the state of Wisconsin, okay? Really, really well. I grew up right across the border. I grew up in northern Illinois. And next thing you know, boom, this right-hand turn comes. So now I want to show you something here. Can you go to the next chart that I sent you? So I want you just look at Wisconsin turnout, okay?
Yeah, they're pulling it up right now. Just describe it.
So Wisconsin turnout, let's just go through some numbers. The next one I sent you, Connor.
Yeah, it'll come up.
In Wisconsin in 1960, 75% of voters voted. In 2004, they had their highest turnout was 75%. In 2008, they had 70%. In 2012, they had 70%. In 2016, they were right around 66%. Let's get that next one up. Now, I want you to first, before we get this thing on, Wisconsin had the highest ever voter turnout with college campuses being closed in the state of Wisconsin. Is that what you're trying to tell me? UW-Madison, Marquette, and the massive schools across Wisconsin were closed. And Wisconsin had 89.3% turnout, which is a 5.5 standard deviation from the historical average of 66.8%, a virtual statistical impossibility. How's that possible? Who's asking these questions right now?
I have seen this contested. I will be honest. I've heard that we're doing it over. So if you do the math, if this is a percentage of registered voters, it falls that way. If it's a percentage of adult voting age, it drops down to like 73 or 4%. So I don't know how they're all doing the math, but it's definitely an interesting data point. It's another. I think what's more fascinating is Milwaukee adding voters when their population has been declining for the last decade at least.
With same-day voter registration. So look at that right
12%,
there. 12%. You're saying some people. How do some people refute this?
That graph?
Yeah.
They're saying that we're, numerator denominator. They're saying we're using the wrong denominator. They're saying it's 89% of registered voters, but it's not. It's 73 or 71% of voting age adults.
That's still insanely high, though.
It's really
That's
high.
still higher than any other.
It's really high.
So
And it's enough to pull the election.
Let's just take their number then.
Yeah,
let's just say it's 70. I don't believe it.
71%.
That you're trying to tell me that 71% of people in Wisconsin came out to go vote with Joe Biden? No way. And here's the thing, that during the virus lockdowns,
How did we do down ballot in Wisconsin? Actually,
we did really well. No.
Yeah.
We
So
won
this
state. We won state-led races, congressional races.
did we flip anything?
I don't think there were any up for flipping.
Okay.
But we did really. So let me tell you some numbers. Here's the reason why I believe that Wisconsin was probably stolen from us in Milwaukee County. Okay. Can we go back to the live stream here? So let me tell you some numbers. One county in particular I know really well. I grew up right down the street from it. It's so funny how hard it is to find these numbers now. They bury them. So you have to know exactly what you're looking for. If you don't know what you're looking for, you can't find the stuff on the internet. They just absolutely bury it. Okay. So Kenosha County. So Donald Trump was winning Kenosha County by 29 points on election night.
That's amazing.
Now he's won it by 3 points.
You mean BLM Kenosha?
So as soon as the election night ended, it went from a 29-point lead to a 3-point lead. How's that possible?
We won it by 1 point last time, right?
Won it by 1 point,
So
and it was behaving the way it should have, but now it is 3 points. How is that possible? So Donald Trump allegedly lost. So let me tell you how easy voter fraud is. So Donald Trump lost Wisconsin by 20,000 votes. So all it would take. So let me just make some rough estimates. There's probably 2,000 precincts in Milwaukee general area. It's probably about right. Yeah, probably a little bit less. 1,800
less.
precincts. Okay. And no, but if you count Madison, there's probably 2,000. Okay, Madison's just the same. Madison's one of the most liberal cities in America. All it would take is one throwing away of a Trump ballot and one fraudulent Biden ballot, and 5 Biden ballots per precinct to make this happen. And for people that have looked into the Wisconsin data, they said very simply and clearly that there is no possible way that this statistically could have happened. So there's a clip now out of MSNBC. They're now saying there's 100,000 provisional ballots in Pennsylvania. Is that right? 100,000
No way.
provisional ballots, and most of those ballots lean Republican because these were in rural areas of people that probably didn't register that were
Seriously?
inspired. This is what Steve Kornacki says. We're going to get a fact check on this right now. There's still a path for the president, everybody. This thing might be won in the courts. This thing might
Michigan. You combine that with this Michigan.
I'm telling you right
voter
now,
software.
this just, for someone that I cut my teeth in Illinois politics. I cut my teeth in voter fraud in Chicago, seeing these stories, meeting people that have experienced it firsthand.
Well, look at this.
This smells like Chicago voter fraud.
Well, look at this. This is a
just
story
is.
for why we're pulling up that clip. This is a story. Chris Bedford, we've had him on the podcast
He's phenomenal.
before.
Let's have him on next week.
He's
He's
an
really,
amazing
really
guy. Used to be the editor-in-chief over at Daily Caller, and now he is at the Federalist.
Yeah.
So he has this story, American Hustle. Party insiders tell the true story of how Philadelphia elections work. So if you guys are out there...
Wasn't that a movie?
Yeah, well, that's why he brought it up, because this
Yeah.
guy was actually featured in the movie. So if you guys are out there and you're doubting, you think this sounds like we're painting this with
No, I
rose-colored
actually
glasses.
think everyone watching. I think everyone watching us believes everything
Yeah.
we're saying, which
So
they should.
the point is, this is how he starts it. I love it. Most Americans might not know the name Ozzie Myers, although a part of his tale was told in the hit 2013 movie American Hustle about the FBI sting that sent 4 congressmen to prison in the 1970s. If you're from Philadelphia, though, you know his name and knew it well before 2013. He's important to the country now because he's currently under indictment for bribing a state election judge to stuff ballots for Democrat candidates. Among the candidates he was paid to get elected are 3 as-of-yet unnamed judges sitting on the Philadelphia Commons Pleas Court. That's where Donald Trump's re-election campaign has to go when local election officials refuse to let campaign monitors oversee ballot integrity. Okay, put that together for you. There's a guy named Ozzie Myers who's so famous in Philadelphia, he was featured in a Hollywood movie, that's under indictment for bribing election judges. These 3 as-of-yet unnamed judges are exactly what's behind this controversy in Philadelphia, where the monitors were not allowed to go see ballot integrity. They were 100 feet away. They were trying to use binoculars to see it. This is not how ballot monitoring is supposed to work. This is Hollywood big. This is famous. We know this happens. And it's as clear as day. I mean, the article goes on. There's a lot there.
It's called American Hustle. Party insiders tell the story of how Philadelphia elections work. The Federalist. I encourage you guys to check that out. Do we have that other video to show? There's 100,000 ballots. So there's 100,000 provisional ballots still left in Pennsylvania. And Joe Biden's lead is how big right now? Let's see how Joe Biden is doing. Joe Biden currently has oh my goodness,
like a 13,000.
Really, 13,000 vote lead. So if we're able to throw out some of these fraudulent ballots in Philadelphia,
and there's 40,000, apparently up to 40,000 military ballots.
So there's 40,000 military in Pennsylvania.
All military. Some of those
are overseas.
Which
would skew very Democrat because those are professors
those are expats.
That
love Europe,
but they hang around. A bunch of foreigners learning about how awful America is all day long. However, the military skews very heavy Trump. The military almost always does.
Well, I think there's probably more military than there are overseas.
Yeah, but by the way, can we get a better way that military members don't have to be counted last?
And why do they have to get lumped in with overseas? Can't they just have their own?
Should they have like a priority?
We should know how many
but
military ballots there are.
Shouldn't military ballots be counted as like kind of a preference?
They should get counted first.
Yeah, what kind of crazy system is this that we just we count them if we need them? I think that's kind of gross and insulting, isn't it?
That's actually a good point.
It's kind of really weird that everyone else's vote counts except the military people count. I don't understand that at all whatsoever. Email us what you're seeing, freedom@charliekirk.com. And thank you for your support, those of you that are supporting us at charliekirk.com/support. I want to thank Caleb from Mississippi for supporting us. I want to thank Rachel from Folsom, California. I want to thank Todd from San Diego, California. I want to thank Veronica from Scottsdale, Arizona. I want to thank Alex from Fountain Valley, California. I want to thank Hannah from Vancouver, Washington. Greg from La Mesa, California. And Lindsay from Charlotte, North Carolina. And Michelle from Hawaii.
Good.
Michelle from Hawaii. Awesome.
Got a lot of fans in Hawaii.
Yeah, email us freedom@charliekirk.com or consider supporting us at charliekirk.com/support. Okay, do we have those videos from last evening, Connor, that we can share? We do. I can't hear what Carol said. Oh, no, the election fraud ones from last evening.
We'll pull those up.
Yeah, where the guy was throwing away ballots as he was counting ballots. We have videos of people that were filling in ballots, and some people are saying, "Oh, they were just perfecting the bubbles. They were just fixing the bubbles." By the way, that is not a role of an election judge. We have a picture somewhere here of one of the election judge workers wearing a Biden-Harris mask counting ballots in Pennsylvania. How much more evidence do we need before there is a nationwide call for the Department of Justice to investigate this?
Did you see that tweet from Eric Trump basically saying, "You guys have no idea what we're uncovering"?
Don sent it.
No, Eric also said.
Really?
Yeah, Eric said, "Guys, hold tight."
This is now the biggest fight, and I hope Bill Barr is involved. I hope the Department of Justice starts to step up because this stuff has to be beyond.
That's true.
So we're getting emails about Arizona. We don't know yet.
I did see an update.
We got a Garrett Archer update?
Well, no, there's still about 205,000 ballots outstanding. We need them to break about 60-40.
Yeah, but Pinal still has not reported.
Right.
So Pinal's going to move the average up a lot. But Pinal,
no, 60-40 is doable, but we just don't know.
But yeah, so there was a drop for ballots for Trump this morning. It was less than desirable in Maricopa. It was 51,000 ballots. Right now, Donald Trump trails Joe Biden by 41,000 ballots.
Yeah,
41,000. So Donald Trump has to win about 60% of all remaining ballots, but there's a lot of rural areas that have yet to report, which could bring up the average of what's happening in Maricopa. So we don't know. This last dump was very heavily Democrat, which very well could have been from a more Democrat part of the Maricopa County area. So we're going to keep you updated on that.
MSNBC.
Do we have that Steve Kornacki thing? Steve Kornacki is my... I hate him the least on MSNBC. He actually seems like a really nice guy. Thank you, Stacy, for supporting our program. Watching the live stream of what's happening here.
Great.
We are holding down the fort here the best we can. Email us what you're seeing on the front lines, freedom@charliekirk.com. And do we have any of those voter fraud videos from last evening that have been sent to us? Yeah, I agree with this. I just got this email from Merrick. It says that Maricopa County Democrats in Arizona surged 38% from 2016. That just doesn't. There's no way that's happening. There's
and as
no
somebody
way.
who's been on the ground in this town, you could feel the Trump energy. I mean, you would get in cars with Uber, and they would be black, white, Hispanic. It didn't matter. Everybody was Trump. I'm not kidding. Every single Uber driver that I took in this town.
No, what's happening in Arizona is very, very suspicious.
And I think that's what's so hard for people. You know, we're not playing the victim. We want to see this thing out in the courts, but it doesn't pass the smell test. That's the problem. It doesn't pass the eye test.
So people are asking about the runoffs in Georgia. So we don't. There's still going to be ballots coming in. It looks at its current phase right now that David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler are headed for runoffs in Georgia.
What's the percentage on Perdue though?
Purdue's at 50.01% right now.
Is he right?
Hold on.
No, it's 49.9. Yeah. If he gets to 50 or 50.01, he avoids the runoff.
So here's the significance. It's 49.8. Yeah. So, but if they throw out ballots here or throw out ballots there or the Libertarian, all of a sudden his percentage goes up. By the way, anyone out there that voted for Libertarians, you understand that you could have elected Donald Trump, the most Libertarian president in American history, because that's actually the margin in a lot of these states.
It's true.
Just absolute trash. Jeez. And why we let that happen, I just can't imagine. Okay, so David Perdue has 2.4 million votes for the Georgia Senate race. This could determine the future of the U.S. Senate, but it's looking very good, actually. It's looking good for Mitch McConnell and the Senate to stay in Republican hands. And so this is David Perdue has 49.8%. In order to avoid a runoff, he needs 50.0%. Right at 50.
Yeah, 50.
So if some of these military ballots, some other ballots could actually make that happen, then John Ossoff's political career could be over. Now, if that doesn't happen, Kelly Loeffler is headed for a runoff against, I think
she's for sure, because she was in
his name is Warnock or something.
Three-way race?
Yeah, with Doug Collins, right? So she's gonna be fine.
Three-way race.
What? Three-way? It was more than a three. Look at how many people ran.
Yeah. But she came in second.
Second. So Raphael Warnock is going to be running up against Kelly Loeffler. So that's going to really determine the future of the United States Senate, what's happening. Kelly Loeffler should win convincingly against Raphael Warnock. I think that's going to be fair. And Raphael is a pastor. He is. I don't know very much about him, but I think that it's fair to say that Kelly Loeffler should win that. And I also think that a lot of people in Georgia are going to be looking to show up and vote in massive numbers.
I was going to say, I think this is a massive wake-up call. I think regardless of what happens in the presidential election, we have in the conservative movement, we have a Sun Belt problem. That's Arizona.
That's right.
I mean, besides Florida, but Georgia, Texas. I mean, Texas came out big for us. There's a lot of love for Texas. If you're in Texas listening to this, you guys showed up. You kept the state legislature. Hispanics.
It's also harder. It's harder to cheat in Texas.
Yeah.
It just is because Republicans have controlled it.
That being said, despite all the transplants coming into your state, we're still ahead. And Hispanics broke big for us. That's huge for demographics moving forward.
Let's show a picture of the woman who's counting the women that are counting ballots in Pennsylvania. Let's show a picture of. Can we get that up there? Those are Biden-Harris masks. That's who's counting your ballots right now in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia, to be exact.
That alone.
Let's play the video of the whistleblower, registered Democrat, who says there's massive corruption happening in Philadelphia. Play tape.
My name is Brian McCaffrey. I'm a registered Democrat in the city of Philadelphia. Today, I'm at the Philadelphia Convention Center, and I am overseeing the ballot counters. I will let you know the corruption that is going on here.
Okay.
They will not allow us within 30 to 100 feet to supervise the ballots being counted. This is a coup against the President of the United States of America, and I want to call out the Mayor of Philadelphia, James Kenney, the Attorney General, Josh Shapiro, who tweeted that there's no way Donald Trump can win President of the United States of America, and also the District Attorney of Philadelphia, Larry Krasner. I can't believe what I'm seeing right before my eyes. This has nothing to do with Joe Biden or Donald Trump. This has to do with our democracy, and I will tell you, there is corruption at the highest level in the city of Philadelphia.
And so that's a registered Democrat calling out the corruption. Send that to me. Calling out the corruption in real time. So let's show the video now of poll workers filling in ballots. Do we have that one, or do we have? Oh, yeah. Let's go look at. Here are the ballots arriving last evening, just in time to win the state of Georgia. Stacey Abrams got that. Play tape. Yep, those are the ballots. It's in somebody's car.
Stacey Abrams.
It's not even an official vehicle. It's just somebody. It's like a rent-a-car from Enterprise. That's how they transport ballots now. It's incredible. Which other video we have queued up here? Oh, those are the ballot counters. Yeah, wave. So, jeez. Okay, watch this one. Is this Atlanta or Philadelphia? I can't remember. I think it's Philadelphia, right? No, it's Atlanta. It's Atlanta. Okay, this is Atlanta. Watch this guy right here. Can you keep my mic on so I can narrate this, Terrell? Okay, play this tape. No sound on this. Turn the sound off on this one, though. On the video. Just have my mic. Okay. So he's counting ballots. He's counting ballots. He's counting ballots. You know, oh, whoa, he gets mad. What did he just see? Man, geez, something
Trump
real.
supporters, dog.
We don't know. Maybe he hates Biden. Hates it. He contemplates it, puts it in a separate pile, thinks about it. What am I going to do? Screw this guy. I hate this guy. I hate you and what you stand for. I hate you so much that, you know what? Screw you. I'm going to throw it away.
You got what you had coming.
Did you just see that? Just as if it's no big deal. He just screams and he throws it away. Who is that guy? There should be a federal investigation into finding this man right now. Let's rewind it. Let's go. Hold on. Oh. Is he crumpling it up? Yep, crumpling it up and throw it away. Screw this guy. Screw him. He shouldn't be able to have a vote. Who is this guy? He should be arrested immediately for voter interference. What would you be crumpling up as you scream it? Do you know how many times this is probably happening in the inner cities of our country right now? This is happening all across the country. People want evidence of voter fraud? That's evidence right there. For those of you who have just joined our live stream, let's play the county clerk of Michigan again, saying that there were 6,000 votes that were supposed to go to Biden and Democrats that were meant for Trump, and 47 Michigan counties used this software. Play tape.
That were meant for Republicans, causing a 6,000 vote swing against our candidates. The county clerk came forward and said tabulating software glitched and caused a miscalculation of the votes. Since then, we have now discovered that 47 counties use this same software in the same capacity.
And she's saying it very clearly. We are going to get a clip now of Rod Blagojevich.
Explain this man. For
Rod Blagojevich.
Again, Charlie's from
Chicago.
Chicago. First clip of Charlie on
Twitter.
on Fox. By the way, you guys should go Google this.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
it's pretty legendary.
Charlie, go. Listen, we're using Twitter, and it's going great for us.
Okay, that's too Boston. Okay,
all right.
It's Chicago,
Well,
the Bears. Okay, you cannot conflate
Twitter,
Boston, and Chicago.
Charlie's like 18 years old.
So I have a Midwestern accent.
Twitter.
I always have. So let me. It's where we grew up. Okay, so we're getting this clip of Rod Blagojevich. Rod Blagojevich, oh my gosh, he beat Judy Bodapinka, another good Chicago name. She beat Judy Bodapinka. That's how Judy Bodapinka used to talk.
Mob.
I know. Rod Blagojevich, who's Serbian actually, won the governor's race in Illinois in 2006. Rod Blagojevich is without a doubt the most corrupt Illinois politician we've had in the last decade. That's saying something. No, that's not true. Mike Madigan is probably more corrupt. So then Rod Blagojevich was then targeted by the Obama DOJ because he wasn't doing exactly what they liked. So Obama ran for president, won the presidency, and then he sold the U.S. Senate seat, literally sold it, and they have federal recordings of him doing it, to Roland Burris, and was just taking like an open auction for the Senate seat. And it was bad, okay? So Blago, we called him, Blagojevich, got arrested. I think he actually got over-prosecuted, okay? And he is not well liked in Illinois amongst Republicans. However, Donald Trump had a soft spot for Blagojevich. Is that fair to say? I don't know. So Donald Trump just must have liked Blagojevich's hair. He always did have really good hair, and he always was running. Every time the press ever went after him, he was always on the run. Anyway, so Rod Blagojevich went to federal prison in Colorado, and Donald Trump just fully pardoned him. You know what the biggest mistake that the Trump campaign made was? You want to know what the biggest mistake is? They should have hired Rod Blagojevich to be in charge of voter integrity in these cities.
And yeah, because it
No.
takes one to know one.
But he knows all these guys. He used to work with, and he hates them because they put him in prison. Okay, let's play. By the way, if I was the Trump campaign, I would hire Rod Blagojevich to pioneer this effort because he knows how this stuff works. He won as Democrat governor of Illinois. Okay, play tape of Rod Blagojevich telling you that votes are being stolen.
We appreciate it. You know, I mean, it's interesting. We're talking about corruption here. What do you make of what we're seeing in Philadelphia?
If the question is, are the Democrats stealing votes in Philadelphia, my answer is the Pope Catholic? It's a time-honored tradition in big Democrat-controlled cities like Chicago, my hometown, Philadelphia, to do precisely what they're doing now. I've never seen it on such a magnitude, because this, I think, is an indication of just how widespread it is, how deep it is, and I don't think it's just confined to Philadelphia. My instincts, again, coming out of Chicago Democratic politics, my instincts tell me it's going on in Atlanta, it's going on in Detroit.
So I don't know if you could hear that or not. We're having audio issues with the clips.
Yeah.
But they asked Rod Blagojevich, the former governor of Illinois, is there widespread voter fraud happening in Philadelphia? He says, is the Pope Catholic?
The Pope Catholic.
And so Rod Blagojevich, again, why the Trump campaign did not think of hiring Rod Blagojevich to be in charge of voter and
because people would have mocked it, but you're absolutely right. It takes one to know
but
one.
he knows all these union organizers. What did he just say?
He knows the tips and tricks.
I want to tell everyone what just said because everyone missed it. I don't think the audio was as good as it could have been. But Rod said, in my home state of Chicago, they do this all the time. It's happening in Detroit and Philadelphia. This election is being stolen, everybody. So what do we do about it? We sue, we demonstrate, we challenge, we expose. We do not let them steal this election because here's what's actually happening right now. We rose up in such record numbers. I think we actually won these states. I really do. I mean, the margins, here's one thing. If we were talking about voter fraud and Donald Trump was down 280,000 votes in Pennsylvania, okay, he's down 9,000 votes. How much? 13,000? It changes.
Breaking just now.
Breaking?
GOP makes emergency request to the U.S. Supreme Court to intervene in Pennsylvania's vote tally.
Amy Coney Barrett
She better not recuse herself.
made for a time such as this. No. But here's the important thing. It's a very important point. Can I get my Amy Coney Barrett shirt, please? Can we get a runner to go get my ACB shirt? Here's the important thing. And then we'll get into this watermark ballot thing because everyone's asking about it, okay? Is this. People say that Amy Coney Barrett, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh should recuse themselves, right, Andrew?
Right.
Why?
Because it would be good for Trump.
No, because Trump put them in there, right?
Right.
Should Sotomayor and Kagan recuse themselves? Because Biden was vice president when they were selected.
That's a great counterpoint. That still gives us a majority.
How about Justice Breyer, who Joe Biden helped chair the committee to put him in?
Didn't he vote for him?
And he voted for him. Here's the point, is that if you make that argument, both sides are conflicted. And it's a bad argument because judges rule on cases about the presidents who put them in all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. I mean, there were justices. Kagan and Sotomayor did not recuse themselves from the Obamacare decision, did not recuse themselves from the Little Sisters of the Poor decision. They didn't recuse themselves from the gay marriage decision, all under the Obama administration. So Amy Coney Barrett should not recuse herself from this as the Republican Party is trying to get an emergency injunction rightly done right now in Pennsylvania.
Establishment Republicans, stay out of it. Don't push her to recuse herself.
So we have a video here, allegedly, where a local news anchor said they had 101% turnout in Pennsylvania. How funny is that? Jeez.
Interesting.
This stuff is Shakespearean in nature. It would be hilarious if it wasn't a tragedy. It'd be.
This is incredible. This Michigan story is potentially so big. 47 Michigan counties. I'm just starting to see it percolate on Twitter. Some people are picking it up. 47 Michigan counties used the software. All must check now. I know we played it for you on the stream a couple times, but just imagine how potentially big that is. Could change the entire
civilization
tone and tenor of this election. Yep. Now, I'm sure they'll come up with some excuse of why it didn't affect us in Wayne County specifically, blah, blah, blah.
So now there are 3,000 criminal referrals that have just been sent to the DOJ for Nevada. Let me share this with you. As Rick Grinnell told us last night, the Nevada Republican Party sends criminal referral to the Department of Justice alleging thousands of cases of voter fraud. Massive. And here we have right here our exclusive shirt at Turning Point USA. Notorious ACB on the U.S. Supreme Court. And guess what? No matter what happens with this fraud and all this, Joe Biden, you're not going to pack the U.S. Supreme Court. She's here to stay. And you know what? Here's the other lesson for Republicans. What happened to Senate Republicans after they filled this seat? They kept their majority. When you actually do to the voters what you say you're going to do, you keep your majority. So Senate Republicans, are you now going to fight to go build a border wall? To actually fulfill your immigrations on trade, on immigration, on life? Or are you going to take a different Chamber of Commerce approach? By the way, if any of you guys, we're going to give away 10 signed copies of this. If you guys want me to sign it, that's fine. All you have to do is check out the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. We have podcasts going in real time. Our podcast schedule's been a little screwed up for obvious reasons, but typically we're doing 2 podcasts a day.
We usually drop those at 1 a.m.
Once we get back into our pattern, we're going to drop them.
Right now, we're
again.
just sort of releasing them when we get them ready.
So we're giving away 10 of these right now. All you have to do is go to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast link, hit subscribe, and email to us freedom@charliekirk.com. You can thank Donald Trump for Amy Coney Barrett, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh. You can thank Donald Trump for the most incredible.
That's a really good point.
The most incredible judicial roster.
So 2018 was a bloodbath. Now, it wasn't as bad as Obama's midterm. I got it. But we lost a lot of seats in the House, but we held on to the Senate. We held on to the Senate. We actually gained ground, right? I'm not misremembering. 2018, we gained ground in the Senate. It's a very obvious one. Sorry, I'm blanking. The point being is that was a direct result of Kavanaugh, fighting for Kavanaugh. Fast forward, Amy Coney Barrett, we still hold the Senate in a year that, if you fast forward, forwards and backwards, this was the year we were supposed to lose the Senate. It's not going to happen. There's not another good opportunity for the Democrats to get control of the Senate again for at least the next 12 years, is what I'm hearing. 10 to 12 years. So this is a big deal that we held the Senate, and as Tucker Carlson said the other night, it was close. Had we not held the Senate, and I have confidence that we're going to ultimately Perdue and Loeffler are going to prevail in
I believe
Georgia.
so too.
I mean, we're going to pour a ton of money into both of those races if they both have a runoff. I'm hoping that Perdue with military ballots gets over the top. But the point is, by sticking to your guns on the Supreme Court, that's going to have potentially 2 impacts on the way this plays out. A, it kept the Senate, kept America. Couldn't overstate how big that is. The markets love it. 2, if this gets litigated all the way up to the Supreme Court, it could be these smoking guns that we're seeing in Pennsylvania. This could go all the way up to ACB. This could get everything overturned. I don't want to be too optimistic. It's still an uphill battle, but this could have been sort of the grace before all of this disaster that ACB was put on the court. I mean, it could end up being the game changer.
So a lot of people are asking about the watermark thing. I just heard about this last evening, and let's just walk through the idea of it, right?
Yeah.
So the idea is that President Trump issued secret watermarks on ballots. Immediately, PolitiFact comes out and says, no, that's another awful conspiracy theory. Okay, just since they say that, I immediately am actually more curious about it. So the answer is I don't know, okay? So I'll make some calls to some people that I know to try to figure out what it is, okay? But no, anything that these people say, I immediately start to question. And it could end up not being true. It could just be like a theory that's debased or just not.
Request to PolitiFact and USA Today.
No, but here's why.
Stop fact checking opinions.
Here's why. They called Arizona before they had the data. They believed in the Russian collusion hoax, the spying, all these sorts of things. And so you know what? I have no idea. Okay, I just heard about it last evening. It's kind of fun to think about. Why not? Okay, so you can email us your questions, freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. And also, wow, we're getting a lot of people that want the Amy Coney Barrett shirts.
Good.
So, and by the way, you can thank this right here to Donald Trump. Okay. We are going to continue. So actually, do we have that other video we want to show here?
You didn't really explain the watermark thing. You want me to
Yeah, go ahead. Do it.
It's a little more nuanced.
To be honest, like I don't actually know it that well.
Yeah.
I've been just literally. I learned more about Georgia counties till 1 a.m. last evening.
Yeah.
I fell asleep. I literally fell asleep looking at Georgia counties, and I woke up suddenly at 4 a.m. thinking about Gwinnett and Forsyth County. So tell us about the watermark thing.
Yeah, I looked into it.
What
last
is the
night.
idea?
The idea is that
'Cause
Trump set a trap.
Okay.
That Trump was, because I mean, it makes some sense, because before this election, we've been railing against the GOP, saying, why didn't you do more about voter integrity, about voter transparency before this? Okay. Guess who was? Guess who was shouting from the rooftops?
Donald Trump.
Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump is a product of big city political machine politics. Him and Rudy Giuliani together are probably the two most savvy conservatives we have when it comes down to the political machines that operate the big cities in America. So the trick here is that Donald Trump saw the game that the Democrats were playing. He got ahead of it, and he did these sort of radioactive isotopes, the non-cancer causing kind of radioactive isotopes. Anyways, and it's an invisible watermark on ballots. I don't know how many the theory is speculating. But it's alleging that he spread these out throughout the different states. State officials were unaware of it. He used certain members that he could trust within the intelligence community to execute on this strategy. And it was a big trap. So specifically in places like Milwaukee, Atlanta, Philadelphia, and Detroit, these people are going to get caught out, and they have the evidence. That's the theory. Somehow that these isotopes are going to or these watermarks are going to determine which ballots were fraudulently cast and which ones weren't. So we'll see.
I'll make some calls.
It's a thing. It's out. I mean, I've seen a ton of emails.
Yeah,
you guys have sent us.
Yeah, we've got probably about 20,000 emails about that in just the last couple minutes.
So rest assured, we're looking into.
So I want to congratulate some people that get their ACB shirt live on air. Josh, congratulations. Josh A., you'll know who you are, so email us back. You win. You subscribed on Spotify. Steve, you win a ACB shirt. And Gary, you win a ACB shirt. You got it. We'll keep announcing them throughout. freedom@charliekirk.com. You just have to show you're subscribed. And we just gave out a couple there. And if we announce you on the live stream, email us back with your address, and we will send them to you immediately.
Yeah.
We just had a pretty awesome rally this morning in Maricopa County. At the Maricopa County Recorder's Office.
We have some clips of those if we.
I think our clip machine is. I think our clip machine is malfunctioning very similarly to the vote counting machine in Michigan.
The Chinese have hacked our clip machine.
Yeah, no kidding.
Either that or just Google. So we're just getting flooded with watermarks.
So breaking, as mentioned, as we said back here, is Michigan County flips back to Trump following repair of voting software glitch.
Yeah. The question is, and actually, by the way, that
why are there never glitches that help?
That flipped a race.
Why are there never glitches that help Republicans?
That helped.
No. I mean,
I see.
The other way around.
Originally, yeah, it might end up helping us though. It might be the smoking gun. I'm telling you, if what we think happened, there will be a thread that we can begin pulling that will unravel the entire sweater. There will be something. A smoking gun is out there. Whether it's this sting operation that we're just talking about with the watermarks or not is sort of irrelevant to this point. Whatever it is, I believe that we're going to come to we're going to find it. And like I keep coming back to this ballot monitoring situation in Philadelphia, which Jonathan Turley has even said that we have a legitimate legal grievance here. That is all we need is one foot into the court door to expose all of this. Because guess what happens when you do that? You get discovery. You get to subpoena things and people. You get to start discovering things. When that happens,
this is why Arizona is so important, everybody, because if they don't have Arizona and Pennsylvania and Georgia are contested, they don't get. There'll be no winner
unless Michigan and Wisconsin turn out.
Yeah, Michigan and Wisconsin can end up being uncertified. So here's a very important thing: the U.S. Constitution says the states administer elections, not the federal government. Even federal elections are not run by the federal government. Let me say that again. They do not administer elections, right? So what's the significance of that? The states then have to certify their results, and they send them to the House of Representatives, who then certify the Electoral College results, right? So this goes state by state, but if there is pending legislation from the U.S. Supreme Court, they can overturn certain states if there are irregularities or fraud, so on and so forth. So that's why these lawsuits matter so much. This is exactly why these lawsuits are so important. And so there is a role, though, for the federal government to play. The federal government should send their civil rights division into these major cities and ask for a complete and total audit of all of these ballots. And so we did this last night, but let me do it again, which is going through the actual voter fraud statistics. And I hope you guys use them here. And this is actually written on our friend's website, PragerU. They do a great job. I got to say, this is the best one I've seen on voter fraud. Hundreds of counties across the United States have more registered voters than people legally to vote. 29 states have counties with more registered voters than legal residents. Maybe they did that intentionally for an election like this. So here's what happened with the mail-in ballot scheme. They sent out a ballot to every single registered voter. Even though hundreds of counties across the United States have more registered voters than people legally eligible to vote. 29 states have counties with more registered voters than legal residents, and 8 states have more registered voters than voting-age people. What is the significance of that? You have Mr. Bradley, who voted in Michigan, who's been dead since 1984, and we showed you all the evidence of that. When the Supreme Court upheld Ohio's efforts to clean up its voter rolls in 2018, majority opinion cited Pew Research statistics that 24 million voter registrations in the United States are either invalid or significantly inaccurate. During an undercover investigation, New York City detectives attempted to cast illegal ballots based on flawed voter rolls. They succeeded 61 out of 63 times.
No kid.
61 out of 63. Here's another interesting piece of information here. Jimmy Carter did a nonpartisan investigation into where voter fraud would be most likely, and he concluded, this is Jimmy Carter, the Democrat president, that voter fraud is, quote, mail-in voting is, quote, the most fraudulent way to administer elections. Can you imagine that? So what are we doing here? In the first major election after ballot harvesting was allowed in California, Democrats won every congressional seat in Orange County.
And that was a
so some of you still want to buy this shirt. What is it? Oh, yeah, it's shoptpusa.com. If you guys want to buy this shirt, shoptpusa.com. If you want to buy the shirt. We're just giving some away. So let's give away, I want you to read that story in 1 second. Let's give away a couple more shirts here. All you have to do is subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast, right? You type in Charlie Kirk Show, your podcast provider. All right, we're Stephanie Martinez from Phoenix. You get a shirt. Congratulations. Email us back. How about Brittany Kel? Congratulations. You win a shirt. And let's do one more while we're at it. Right here, because they have to do this right. Some people are doing it without subscribing, so therefore they don't win. Kendall Wright, congratulations. You win a signed ACB shirt. freedom@charliekirk.com. Email us that you're subscribed to the Charlie Kirk Show. And if you guys just want to help keep this show alive because we're saying things that no one else is saying, it's charliekirk.com/support. Can you read that story from the New York Post?
Yeah.
Very important.
This is a story. It came out August 29th by John Levine. He's great, by the way. New York Post has been phenomenal. I have so much more respect for the New York. I always liked them, but
they're great.
It's been incredible lately. Says it's titled "Confessions of a Voter Fraud." I was a master at fixing mail-in ballots. Sorry. A top Democratic operative says voter fraud, especially with mail-in ballots. Why is that significant? We've never had an election with this many.
80 million mail-in ballots.
Yeah.
80 million.
So he says especially with mail-in ballots is no myth. And he knows this because he's been doing it on a grand scale for decades. I'll skip through some of this.
But he came anonymously on the record, right?
But the political insider who spoke on condition of anonymity because he fears prosecution said fraud is more the rule than the exception. Let's repeat that. Fraud is more the rule than the exception. His dirty work has taken him through the weeds of municipal and federal elections in Patterson, Atlantic City, Camden, Newark, Hoboken, and Hudson County, and his fingerprints.
Now, what's the significance of this? Hold on a second.
Yeah.
How close is Newark to Philadelphia?
How close is Atlantic
35
City?
miles. It's at the shortest distance, I
Yeah.
believe. That might be less
Camden.
than that. I'm sorry. It might be more than that. I'm sorry. Let me check.
All of them.
It's right there.
It's in that.
No, that's
same-
not true. It's about an hour and a
mean,
half.
but look
But
at
it's right there. It's right. The
you're
point
not
is that on the train you can get there in an hour. Okay.
They all know each
But
other.
this operation of these northeastern mafioso thugs that have been fixing elections, they're all in Philadelphia right now. They are literally destroying our country and stealing this election allegedly from Donald Trump. If I don't say allegedly, all of a sudden some guy wearing pajamas in Silicon Valley is going to take down our...
To be fair, I want it to play out in the courts, and I want to see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
If this is all just coincidence, then it is.
Yeah, we're all just...
Let me finish this, though. His fingerprints can be found in all these cities in local legislative, mayoral, and congressional races across the Garden State. Some of the biggest names and highest office holders in New Jersey have benefited from his tricks, according to campaign records the Post received. Quote, an election that is swayed by 500 votes, 1,000 votes, it can make a difference, said the tipster. It could be enough to flip states. It could be enough to flip states. So when you've got a state like Georgia that's going to come down to it's going to be a razor thin margin one way or the other. When you've got a state like that, this is a guy on the condition of anonymity came to the New York Post and said it's enough to flip states, and it's the rule, not the exception. And you've got Blagojevich who knows it. You've got Trump that knows it. You got Giuliani that knows it. They all know it, folks.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't be the polite GOP of old, of Nixon in 1960 that conceded peacefully and walked away. This is a fight, and we need to fight it, and we need to take it to the courts, and we need to let the folks that know exactly how these systems work. They need to fight. This is Giuliani. This is Rick Grinnell.
Mm-hmm. Drop out of Arizona, very important. Donald Trump needs about 60% of all remaining ballots because this last drop out of Maricopa, I think it's going to average out. I think these drops are going to favor Trump from this point forward because there is no science at all the way they're doing this. This Adrian Fontes guy in Arizona that is now becoming, he probably has more notoriety than people could ever imagine.
Yeah.
We just got a drop out of Navajo County. I'm sorry, this is a blended. I'm sorry, this is out of Pinal, Mojave, and Navajo. And Navajo is a Democrat county. Donald Trump, 66.3.
66.3.
Donald Trump, 66.3%. This is breaking news right here. No one else is covering Arizona. The rest of the activist media is already measuring the curtains and trying to get themselves invited to the inaugural cocktail parties. This race is not over, everybody. We flip Arizona. We win Georgia in the courts.
We need
can
Arizona.
flip. This race is not over. Let me just tell you very, very clearly, okay? The media doesn't certify elections. John King doesn't certify elections. Steve Kornacki does not certify elections. Joe Biden does not certify elections. There's a long legal process that goes into all this, and things can dramatically change. Dramatically change. Okay, so what's the significance of this? Where's all my Arizona papers are gone? Where's my we have, by the way, we have a platoon of people around here, literally on computers. They haven't shaved, they haven't eaten. So if you guys want to actually support them, you can do that at charliekirk.com/support. Let's give away a couple more T-shirts here.
Connor, get us a
And by the way, if you're watching right now on YouTube, just press that. Can you press that subscribe button with that bell?
Put the alert on.
Yeah, the bell means the most. We're going to be here all day, by the way. We're just going all in for the Republic, right? We are just going all in. We're doing it for our country. Okay, so I want to say thanks Sophie from Manuka, Illinois. I want to thank Rusian from Alabama. By the way, I apologize if I mispronounce
Charlie's strength is accents, not names.
Yeah, I don't think it's definitely not my
You're
strength.
good at the Trump and the Bernie.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Email us what you're seeing, freedom@charliekirk.com, and your questions. Hold on one sec here. Okay, let's give away a couple more T-shirts. People are subscribing nicely. Here's some people. Not everyone's doing it right, though. You got to go to Apple Podcast or Spotify to be able
Spotify's
to
a
win.
follow, remember? It's a
Yeah,
follow.
well, I'm not as crazy about Spotify, but that's okay. So Let's do this one. Usually not a fan of podcasts, but I listened to yours. Kayla, congratulations. You did it right. You win a signed copy of the ACB shirt. Email us back with your address. Cal Johnston. Well, I don't think you subscribed, so I said your name without it, but you get one anyway, so why not? Nope, you didn't subscribe there. Josh Stepp, you win. You did it correctly. You subscribed to the Charlie Kirk Show. If you guys want to win a signed ACB shirt, email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Your subscription right now at freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. Your subscription to. So all you have to do is you take out your phone, you go to your podcast app, you type in Charlie Kirk Show, and you hit subscribe. That's what you do. Okay, so let's get some more Arizona people. Hey, Connor, is Austin around? Is he around? Can we get our Arizona platoon back in? People want Arizona news. Georgia, we're waiting for military ballots. Georgia's going to a full recount. I think the president could actually win a recount in Georgia. I really do.
I think he's going to. Yeah. Well. Oh, you mean it's going to go to?
No,
recount.
It's going to a recount. So this is far. There will be no calls in Georgia or Pennsylvania.
None.
What's the significance of this? Is that you're not going to have the coronation of Joe Biden.
Well, they're going to try and do it.
They're going to try. Do not let the activist media coronate Joe Biden.
This is
everybody.
why what Fox did was so wrong.
Yes, it's so wrong. It's so incredibly. It's honestly pernicious. It really is.
Well, and it's
that Arnon
listen,
Michigan guy.
We both have friends at Fox,
and they're really good to us.
We're friends with the hosts. I mean,
they're really good to us.
Not,
Judge Janine, Tucker, they're great people. I want to just be very clear.
Your criticism of Fox, it just needs to be targeted.
Arnon Michigan, how about that?
Yeah,
that guy.
Yeah,
the Hillary Clinton Obama guy that works there. Arnon Michigan. Okay, let's. So someone's saying, how close is Arizona now? I want to make sure I get that answer right, so I'm bringing in the platoon of data scientists. And we're going to give away another 10 shirts. So all you have to do is subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. Hit subscribe. Just take out your phone. Live free. You guys want that one. It's shoptpusa.com if you want to buy it.
Like this one.
It's good, right?
No, it's
good.
Good.
Beautiful material, right?
It's just I'm a simple shirt guy. I like simple.
Live free. You can only live free if you have free and fair elections.
If we expose the corruption. I'm telling you.
All right, I want to thank Kathy from New York for your generous support. I'm sorry?
Oh, I was just...
No, she gave $500. That's worth
massive.
interrupting,
Thank
right?
you. Yeah, absolutely.
$500.
Thank you so much.
I want to thank, let's see who else. Connie for contributing, Jill for contributing, and Christopher, charliekirk.com/support. Okay, let's give away some more T-shirts here.
You guys.
Andrew, congratulations. Andrew Conrad, you are following us on Spotify. Congratulations. The reason I'm going through this, I'm not picking it arbitrarily. Some people are just not doing it right. Okay, so
and if that happens, send us your address to send the shirt.
Yeah, exactly.
If you hear your name, you got to email back with your address. Okay.
So, and then we'll do one more right now. Kristen, congratulations. You win a signed copy of the New York, signed copy. I'm so used to saying it. You win an ACB shirt. Okay, congratulations. So we're going to give away some more gear. Let's get some more Teep USA gear to give away, guys. Let's show it. Let's show the entire Teep USA line here. Do we have Austin Smith coming in, or am I going to have to do this on the fly? We're going to have to do it live. So we have done over 20 hours of live broadcast this week.
It's amazing.
You know what? I'm going to go.
We've been rolling for.
I'm going to go get my hat really quick. Hold on. For a reason.
So I want to say one thing while Charlie's away. This election, it feels dire. A lot of people are looking for hope right now. The hope is this. This could expose.
It's rally time, everybody.
This could expose something that's been sick inside.
No, it's a cancerous rot.
Yeah, there's been fraudulent activity. I mean, I was actually just reading a story about Lyndon Baines Johnson, who ultimately became president and led to a lot of bad things, the Great Society Act, that probably has more to do with some of the problems within the black community in this country than anything else that's ever happened. Well, slavery was pretty bad, but in modern American history,
post-Civil Rights
Act. It was
the worst act. It was the worst act of public policy institutionally that we did against black people in our country.
So think about how we got Lyndon Baines Johnson. We got him because of fraudulent.
Yeah. So sorry. People are asking what email. The email's freedom@charliekirk.com. I'm sorry.
No, it's fair. We got Lyndon Baines Johnson because he cheated his way through a senatorial race in Texas in 1948. He was losing. He bribed a judge in a small municipality in Texas to flip about 250 votes his way. He won it by just barely over 100 after flipping those votes. they called him Landslide Johnson because of that. Landslide Lyndon, maybe. This is a real story from American political history. These stories are everywhere. Landslide was obviously his nickname because he cheated his way. Guess what he did? The judge who allowed him to become senator, he ended up putting on the Supreme Court of the United States. This is a true story. This is real Americana, true story. Put him on the Supreme Court. The guy ends up getting booted from the Supreme Court because he was a crook. I'm going to get names on all this. I only know the broad strokes of the story, but this is something that really happens. This person became president of the United States. So it's not the first time. Let's hope it's the last. That's all I can say.
So now we are joined by Austin, who's our Arizona data guru, because a lot of people are asking about Arizona. What's going on in Arizona? We just had a good drop, right, Austin? You liked it? He said it was a great drop, good enough to win, right?
It was a big drop.
Good big drop. We still got another Maricopa.
Yeah, we got another Maricopa, which I think okay, we'll go through it. We're all talking past each other, so just get set up. Here's the reason I went and got my MAGA hat, everybody. You want to know why? Because I got a text message from somebody, and I said, actually, you know what? I'm going to read this text message on air. And I responded to it.
The names and faces have been changed.
Yeah, whatever.
Identity.
Let me read this lunatic text I got here. Who is this? Where is this one here? Okay, I got this text message from someone who's an establishment guy on Capitol Hill. Let me read this, okay? Mm-hmm. He's an establishment guy. Trump got beat. Own it. Move forward. Thank God we kept the Senate. And let's find a more inclusive candidate in 2024. Fighting these results and threatening court action only delegitimizes the Supreme Court and our democracy. You and I both know if Democrats were doing what you were doing right now, you'd have an absolute field day saying they won't accept the results of a legitimate election.
I literally can't ignore. Yeah, okay.
We as a party and as a nation are bigger, better than this, and you know it.
I couldn't disagree with that.
I responded, I said, please delete my number.
Listen, we have courts for a reason. Using them is not here's not an assault on the Republic.
But here's the reason I'm wearing the Trump hat is because as people are running away from Trump, and call me old school loyal, he's been so good to me and our country.
That's right.
I'm going to run away from President Trump at this moment, who gave us Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, finally built the wall, going after child sex trafficking, moved the embassy to Jerusalem, Golan Heights, canceled the Iran deal, got us out of TPP, made us energy independent, fighting the inner rot of the awful cartel, and now I'm supposed to run away from Trump? Anyone who's running away from Trump right now is full of ingratitude, wants power more than they want what's best for our country, and by the way, we're only a couple days post-election. Now's the time to run away from Trump? Screw you.
I think you said something.
That's why I went and got my
important.
MAGA hat.
And we'll get to Arizona, and you're going to have to give him your mic because we're down a mic today. But I think you said something really important earlier where you said this might be his most important fight.
It is.
This is...
Whether he wins or loses is unknown if he wins this legal fight.
This is his most important
But he
fight.
will expose it. And I just heard right here, confidentially, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on the live stream, so I'm going to say it cryptically. You're going to see some news of verified dead people voting in certain states. That has just been uncovered. That's all I'm going to say.
We've seen some already. What do you... I mean...
No, I mean... Right here. Don't say the name. Confirmed. Another one. So, it's a big deal. So, Austin, can you give us an Arizona update, or you need another second?
Sure can.
Do you want another 30 seconds to get organized? Okay, let's get him a little bit of time to get organized. We need an Arizona update. People are asking about... why am I getting a fundraising email from Governor Brian Kemp about the U.S. Senate?
Because he's
preparing
for the runoff.
Now, you really want to irritate me. Send me a fundraising email right now, Brian Kemp. Okay, let me read you. This is where Brian Kemp's priorities right now. Hey, friend, did you see the outcome in our U.S. Senate special election? Senator Kelly Loeffler surged ahead. By the way, I'm going to help Kelly Loeffler, okay? I was texting with her. I'm going to go all in, right? We're going to help her. This is not about Kelly. Fine. She beat Doug Collins. Good for her. Whatever. He said the D.C. Democrats and leftist allies have thrown open spending spigot. It's all hands on deck. Okay, Brian, they're stealing the election in Atlanta, and you're sending a fundraising email right now for Kelly Loeffler? Do you see what's going on? Do you see the bigger picture here, everybody? They want Trump gone. That's the bigger picture. is the establishment.
Yes, exactly.
The establishment Republicans want this chapter closed. And here's why I went and got my MAGA hat. This is not going away, okay? This is not a hurricane. It's not a tsunami. This is a durable political movement of workers, of regular people, of Hispanics, of blacks, of Christians, of people of all faith that want their country back. Brian Kemp sending me a fundraising email.
Matt Gaetz, if Republicans don't dig in and fight this fraud now, we will never win another election.
This is the most important
That's
fight now.
That's absolutely right.
This is now the most important fight. If you guys want to help support us in our fight, and we're doing this, and most people are texting me, they say, Charlie, stand down. They say, stop doing this. They say, now's the time for peaceful transition. Hold on a second. Hillary Clinton said concede under no circumstances. And let's just ask a legitimate question. Did they give Trump a peaceful transition of power last time? No, they spied on him. They had the coup. Peter Strzok, Smerk, Lisa Page, Brandon Clapper, Loretta Lynch, Biden, they were all in on it. Hunter Biden's son is still under FBI investigation right now. No, I'm not going to back off while you steal our republic from us with our democratic means. I got to be careful because we're not a democracy, or else I'm going to get more emails on that than anything else.
I feel like you should explain that.
You know what? I probably should. Are you ready for an Arizona update, though? Okay, Austin Smith, fifth generation Arizona, and he knows the state really well. Austin, you have the floor while I dive into some other numbers here.
Awesome. Thank you, Charlie. Glad to be back here with you guys. Thanks for sticking in there. This thing is not over yet. Not until every legal ballot is counted. That's exactly what we're going to be fighting for. We're not leaving you guys until this thing is run its course with legal ballots. So last night, the president did pretty well in rural Arizona, which we were expecting. We haven't gotten a Maricopa County drop yet, which will be later today, probably sometime tonight again. They're still dragging it out in Maricopa County. But last night we talked about Pinal County, which is the second most conservative county in the state of Arizona, where we had 6,689 ballots to drop. A very rural county. We knew it was going to play well for the president. Mojave County, which is the most conservative county in the state of Arizona, with 3,997 ballots from Mojave County, and Navajo County, which was 1,100 ballots that were dropped off. Biden received 3,700 of that drop. The president received 7,746 ballots, so that's 66.3% of those three counties. Biden is leading the president in Arizona by 39,000. By only 39,000. We're still waiting for Maricopa County. The president still has some ground to make up, but on the bright side, he's performing extremely well.
Let me dive into these numbers. Why did Trump do so well in Navajo and not in Pinal?
I think it's because they were waiting for more Navajo ballots to come in. That we were waiting on a big drop.
I think he's going to overperform those Pinal numbers moving forward.
Yes. So we still, like I said, that's not even part of the 41,000.
How many are left in Pinal?
So if this is,
that's a lot. That's a very conservative county, right?
Very conservative county, very rural. The president did well there in the past, and now he's overperforming what he did in 2016 as well, and from what he was expected to do already. Let me get you here. So it's not an unexpected gap that he gained it, but it's better than what he was originally supposed to be predicted to do. So
this is, but if you blend it together, I think that these might be Democrat drops in Pinal.
And
right?
Very much so.
So you have to realize, guys, as these tranches are being dropped in Arizona, there's no rhyme or reason at all to how they blend it all together, right?
That's right.
So you have to kind of convert it all into moving averages, and the moving average of these drops is that Donald Trump is overperforming what he needed to win Arizona.
That's right.
Even with the less than desirable drop this morning.
That's correct.
And that was probably from, where's the most Democrat part of Maricopa? Downtown Phoenix?
And it's going to be South Phoenix, kind of pretty much where we are right now is the most
Guadalupe,
liberal. Guadalupe, Tempe is going to be,
okay. So that those ballots could have been from there.
100%.
Yeah, because what we saw earlier is a lot of ballots from Scottsdale, Fountain Hills. So
how many are outstanding? How many are outstanding still?
In the state.
at the White House. There's also a campaign war room that was established at the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, which is the big building that's just across West Executive Drive from the White House. No taxpayer money, we're told, was spent on putting the campaign in that war room. The campaign took care of all of it. But here you have, it's the situation here in 2020 where we have to live by, to the best of our ability, these COVID restrictions. A lot of people would say that the president flaunted, if not violated, those rules with the airport gatherings that he had across the country with campaign rallies. But the decision was made to bring it here to the White House so as not to run afoul, at least the Trump International Hotel, the COVID restrictions imposed by Washington, D.C.
So, John, Joe Biden came out at 12:31 this evening, a little over an hour and a half ago now, and the president was going to come out about 5 minutes ago. I mean, you have to wonder if there's ongoing discussion or what took them this long to do this at 2:05 in the morning in terms of how they're going to present their case here.
Yeah, well, I think the president might have been waiting to see if Georgia was going to be declared, and when it became clear that that wasn't going to happen because of the suspension of counting there in Fulton County, or at least a reduction in counting in Fulton County, that they probably got an argument together. And I think you're probably going to see the president lay down something of a gauntlet here in terms of the potential for, as he has been saying on the campaign trail, for weeks, if not months now, that the only way that he is going to lose is if the election is stolen. And maybe sort of lay the groundwork here for myriad legal challenges to the outstanding vote or these extended deadlines that we see in many states across the nation. There was a thought earlier tonight that if the president looked like he had a sizable lead in places like Pennsylvania and North Carolina, that there wouldn't be any reason for a legal challenge. But as that vote begins to tighten, and we expect that it will tighten in Pennsylvania as well as more results come in from the heavily Democratic areas around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, that the likelihood or the probability of a legal challenge grows with every vote for Joe Biden that comes in and every percentage point by which the vote difference begins to tighten. So I think the president may begin to lay the case there that he has to go into court and start to challenge these votes for fear, as the president will likely say, that the election could be stolen from Republicans.
All right, John, stand by. Chris Wallace, what do you think the president's going to do? He obviously listened to the former vice president.
Yeah, I think that both of them are setting the table for the possibility of legal challenges. And, it's going to be, it'll be interesting. It does seem somewhat reminiscent of 2000. The Democrat is saying count every vote, keep the vote going until every vote has been counted. And the Republican, in this case, President Trump, is going to say that, there's a way to do it, and that we're going to go to the court to protect our rights, and we are worried about tampering with the vote. It's somewhat different, however. Obviously, in Florida, we had a result in Florida, or close to a result, a disputed result. But I mean, we're in a situation now where we're nowhere near Pennsylvania counting all of its votes, or Georgia, or a number of these states. So it's a more complicated case for the president to make now than it was in Florida, where all the states have been called at various points. George W. Bush had been declared the winner. Joe Biden, Al Gore had actually conceded and then had to rescind his concession. And of course, the famous line where Gore said, "You don't have to be snippy about it." So, I mean, this is going to be a more complicated and tougher case for this president to make than it was for George W. Bush.
And it's going to be excruciating for the country.
Well, I think it'll be, so divisive in terms of, you look at the comparison. Let's take a state like Pennsylvania. You look at the rural counties in the middle versus, the counties that are strong Democratic counties, Pittsburgh, but also around that Philadelphia area. That's one level of division. But I think you also have to keep in mind, in a place like Georgia, you're looking at votes around the Atlanta area, heavily minority votes. In Pennsylvania, again, we're looking at votes concentrated in the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area. Again, specifically in Philadelphia, heavily minority votes. And the suggestion that there might be some hanky-panky or fraud or whatever is again going to raise the level of division, I think, in the country. I think it just tears our social fabric.
Can I just let me hold on one second. We have under 2 minutes now before the president, but we do have a call to make. The decision desk is now calling the Montana Senate race for the incumbent, Steve Daines, Republican against Steve Daines, the presidential candidate at one time, ran for Senate. This was supposed to be a Democratic pickup. This is a big hole for Republicans, and you see the 46-47, it's only Democrats +1. Remember, they have to have net +4 to take over control. We're getting to the point, if you look to Michigan, if you look to Purdue and Georgia, if he stays over 50%, that we may, this morning, be able to say that Republicans are going to hold on to control in the U.S.
I was just going to say, if you want a pretty good idea what the president's going to say, I just got a fundraising appeal from the Trump-Pence campaign breaking. Democrats plan to steal the election. We're emailing you now to ask you to step up one last time and defend the president. The Democrats will steal the election. We can't let them get away with it. So we are in full-scale 2000 litigation, and they're raising money to begin a legal effort to stop vote counting in various places and to say that the Democrats are stealing the election.
But I should point out, finishing my Senate thought, that Tom Tillis has already declared victory in North Carolina. We have not called that race, but he has declared victory down there. It's lining up that Mitch McConnell, after his victory tonight, will continue to be Senate Majority Leader and not minority.
And it's worth pointing out that
what 2000 proved was we have institutions and procedures for settling these kinds of disputes. They held up then, took a long time, a lot of different courts at many levels, ended up in the Supreme Court, but it was handled. We're designed, we have checks and balances and processes. They worked then, my guess is they'll work now. They'll work now, and in the end, people by and large will accept it. At least they won't refuse to accept it any worse than they refused to accept Donald Trump's clear victory 4 years ago. I might also add about 2000, by the way, that the slogan of the Democrats was, we want to count every vote. But they didn't really want to count every vote. They wanted to count votes and keep counting votes in parts of Florida where they believed they would pick up votes. They didn't want to count anywhere else. David Boies, who was the lawyer for the Trump team, acknowledged that in his book.
The Bush team.
I'm sorry, did I say
the Trump team? It's the Bush team. You mean
no, it was the Gore team. The Gore team, yeah. David Boies, the Gore team.
Sorry.
And he said in his book that they didn't want to go counting more, try to count in the county, but they didn't think they were going to pick up.
Well, that's what's going to happen here too. Yeah. Don't you think that you're going to start saying, well, you can count them here or don't count them there, and there'll be obviously objections to what's going on in Philadelphia or what's going on in Georgia now in Fulton County. I wish I were as optimistic as you, and certainly I don't think the country's going to come apart about it. But
that's what I'm saying.
This is the last thing the country needs. I mean, so many people are close to a political nervous breakdown, and it seems to me this is going to put us closer to the edge of it.
it's a 2020 cherry on the top of a really awful Sunday that the country really does not need, and that I think is one of the most difficult parts of watching all of this unfold tonight. It's starting to look, we did some history lessons earlier, but it's like 1896, Hayes and Tilden, post-Civil War, during Reconstruction, an election that went on for months with no resolution until it was finally decided. Back then they used to do the inauguration in March, and I believe it dragged on for 3 or 4 months.
4 months counting. But here's a benefit. We are now 13 minutes with Britt still here as we wait for President Trump.
Every minute's a bonus, Britt.
Speak. Dana, your thoughts as we get ready to hear from President Trump?
I can hear Biden snoring now.
Having worked in the Bush White House, that Bush v. decision, it was deeply scarring for a lot of people, and we all remember it. We were there covering it. I went to bed that night thinking President Bush had won, and woke up in the morning with my husband saying, "I'm so sorry, I didn't win." And it still weighs heavy on people's minds, and at the time there was no incumbent in the White House. But one thing that's really different about this, look at this setting, where President Trump is going to be speaking from the East Room of the White House, just below the residence that he calls home, the People's House. I think that feels a little bit different tonight.
Well, it also felt different for the Republican National Convention. The final speech on Thursday night to be on the South Lawn, and we were there, and you know, this White House for this president in an age of COVID-19 has been the place where he is delivering the big moments, and this is obviously one of the biggest as he tries to hold on to a re-election.
Yeah, he has been forced to do all of these events right at the White House, and it is his home and his residence, and he does gain the advantage of being able to have this amazing backdrop and very presidential environment for these big moments.
Can I just say something? I mean, we need to make the point, and obviously there are concerns, but the idea that the vote isn't over on election day and that elections aren't decided, in 2000, it wasn't decided. In 2004, we went to bed and we didn't know whether Bush or Kerry was going to win. I remember as a youngster, Jack Kennedy and Richard Nixon in 1960. We didn't know until the morning that Kennedy had beaten Nixon. So the idea that we don't know by some witching hour on election night or the morning after who the president is not unusual and is no sign that there's anything funny going on. And, you know, perhaps when the vote is counted in all of these places, there are 6 major states that are still undecided. It may be that without Pennsylvania, one of these gentlemen is able to win, and we're able to avoid this litigation. I hope so, but as you say, Martha, it's 2020.
It took till 3:30 in the morning in 2016 for us to make that final call, to call for the 45th President of the United States. Juan, this moment, it's fraught with a lot of things, but really just getting it done in each one of these states is the deal that these state election offices have to deal with.
Right. So earlier we were discussing this, and you know the lawyers came in, and I think Brahim made the point. These decisions about how elections are conducted are set by the state legislatures. What we are seeing in the current atmosphere is state election officers make provisions to help people to vote in the midst of the virus, or possibly because you know it's a very difficult time in American life and people are ill. What we are seeing now, I think, is setting up again. We just come back to this. I think a very difficult moment in terms of American life. But I just wanted to reiterate what Chris had said. It's not unusual that you have an election for president decided beyond the day of the election, and it's again a consequence of the fact that every state, you know, states' rights, 10th Amendment, is able to make their own rules for how the election is conducted within their boundaries. By the way, Martha, I was so impressed that you knew about Rutherford B. Hayes and Tilden, and how that decision was decided. It basically,
I love the shrug. I love the shoulder shrug.
Pulling troops out of the South. That's how we got President Hayes.
That's how we got President Hayes.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's it.
Congratulations, President Hayes. Probably
We've had about 20 minutes of 2-minute warnings for the president.
I imagine he has a way that he wants to say things, and the lawyers have a way that they want him to say things. So that's why you got the teleprompters there, because you don't want him to say something that is going to be used against him in court if this does go to any sort of a court situation.
So you're saying this is not a freewheeling operation?
This is not a rally. I would say that.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought.
You can tell with the eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes. And 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Pennsylvania. We're up by 400,000 votes with 86% of the precincts in. 86%. And we have Republican votes still coming in from Trump country. And the Democrats know that the only way that they can win this election is to cheat in Pennsylvania. And we've seen it from day one. We found ballots in drainage ditches. They're not letting our poll watchers watch the polls. They're not letting them inside. There's video after video of them passing out collateral material in polling sites all over Philadelphia. They're trying to cheat. They have 3x5 printed big posters in polling locations all over the city saying to vote for Biden and Harris, which is totally illegal. They're passing out flyers. The supervisors of elections, we have them on video, certain ones wearing literally Biden-Harris face masks in polling locations, which is totally illegal. And now they won't let, and we brought one great gentleman here with us today, Jeremy, who's a poll watcher down at the convention center. They won't even let him watch as they count the ballots. They put them behind a fence 40, 50 yards away where they actually can't see the counting happening. Guys, this is fraud. This is absolute fraud. We've seen it in Philadelphia before. They're trying to make a mockery of the election of this country. My father is up by almost 500,000 votes in this state with 86% reported. And plenty of red counties left to go. We're going to win Pennsylvania. But they're trying to cheat us out of it because they know it's their only path to victory. And so we came here today. We met with all our lawyers. We are going to file suit in Pennsylvania. It's a shame that we have to do that. It's the last thing that we wanted to do. It's the last thing my father wanted to do. But this is rampant corruption, and it can't happen. It simply can't happen. It's not fair. This isn't democracy.
It is very, very sad that we're here in the city that's really the birthplace of our democracy. And this is among one of the most anti-democratic things I've ever seen or encountered. And it's not just here in Philadelphia. This is going on all over the country. We have filed a lawsuit. The lawsuit actually required that when these mail-in ballots that are highly suspicious anyway, this form of balloting has always been considered the most prone to fraud. That's according to the New York Times when it didn't apply to candidate President Trump. Well, we were supposed to be allowed by law to observe the counting of the ballots. Now, observe means, to any intelligent person, being able to look at it. The way it's interpreted by the Democrat crooked machine of Philadelphia is that the observers can be 20 or 30 feet away, never able to see the ballot itself, never able to see if it was properly postmarked, properly addressed, properly signed on the outside. All the things that often lead to disqualification of ballots or make it very easy to dump 50,000 totally fraudulent ballots because they're not observed. This went on for 20 hours. While all of you thought there was some kind of legitimate count going on here in Philadelphia, it was totally illegitimate. So we went back to court, and we went before a Democrat judge. No need to tell you what the result in Philadelphia is if you're before a Democrat judge. Obviously a political hack who doesn't know the meaning of the word observe. Observe means to be able to look. Not a single Republican has been able to look at any one of these mail ballots. They could be from Mars, as far as we're concerned, or they could be from the Democratic National Committee. Joe Biden could have voted 50 times, as far as we know, or 5,000 times. The ballots could be from Camden. Philadelphia, unfortunately, and I would say this about my own city, has a reputation for voter fraud. You have a reputation for dead people voting, and we're going to go look at just how many dead people voted here. I didn't think we'd have to do that, but we will. And you have a reputation for people being bussed in from Camden voting here. Wouldn't be the first time that happened. But this goes way beyond any of that. And let me also add that this isn't happening just here. We have exactly the same lawsuit in Wisconsin, where exactly the same thing happened, except in Wisconsin, mysteriously at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, about 120,000 ballots appeared. Oh, here come these ballots. Well, we have no idea if they really are ballots. We have no idea if they're signed, if they're postmarked properly, if it isn't just the same person who submitted 100,000 ballots, and they all got counted. This is the way they intend to win. Now I'm informed by former Congressman Sweeney, who's been going around the country and collecting this information, that similar situation in Arizona, similar situation in Nevada, and a similar situation, what am I missing, John? Where are you? In Michigan, in Detroit, Michigan. Again, let me be specific what it is. This whole new thing that never happened before in our country, these mail-in ballots, which has been a cause of real concern for everyone because they can easily be fraudulent. Well, one of the things that the law attaches to that is the right for both parties to observe the ballot, the way we do with absentee ballots. You make certain it's properly signed. On the outside, there's a signature. You make sure that it's properly postmarked. You make sure that it's properly addressed, and then you pass on it. A number of these are often challenged by the Democrat representative or the Republican representative. We never got a chance to look at a single one of them. The gentleman here who did this for us says about 100,000 ballots went through that process in the 20-plus hours in which they wasted his time by not allowing him to see a single ballot. Well, that's 120,000 ballots that should just be taken out of the count. So you want to look at that number, that 120,000 should come out. And this is an area in which Biden is getting 60, 70% of the vote. I don't know if this is going on any other place, but it is going on in enough frequency in Wisconsin that we've brought suit, and now we'll have to look into 3 other places. What it says to me is this is a concerted effort of the crooks that run the Democrat Party. And you know these big city machines are crooked. You know that. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years of one-party rule leads to corruption of all kinds. Voter fraud is one of the biggest because that's how you keep your power. But we're not going to let them get away with it. They're not going to steal this election. This election gets decided by the people. These people, the elite, they don't care about the people. The people are the deplorables, the chumps. They're not important. To President Trump, he's the whole reason that he ran for office. And he's the whole reason for which he's carrying on this campaign, so that your vote can mean something, so that your vote doesn't get wiped out by 100,000 fraudulent, meaningless paper ballots that no one gets to observe. So we are going to continue the lawsuit here. We're going to bring a second one, and then we're going to bring a federal lawsuit. And we're going to take a very good look at whether we bring this nationally. We certainly are going to bring it here and in Wisconsin. Quite possibly we'll do a national lawsuit and really expose the corruption of the Democrat Party. But this is beyond anything I've ever seen before. This comes when you think you have so much power and you own the media that you can do anything you want. Well, sorry. We're going to fight for the people. We're going to vindicate their right. And the ultimate result is President Trump has won Pennsylvania. I've never heard of a count where you're ahead by 400,000 with 80+% counted, and they haven't called it for you yet. They called California the moment the polls closed. How many votes do you have to be ahead to win, for a Republican to win here? How many votes do we have to be ahead? 400,000 is not enough? With 80+% counted, I think there's only 14% of the vote to go. Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools? You know something? The Democrats do think you're stupid, and they do think you're fools, and that's why you get called deplorable and chumps. It's over. We're going to stick with this. We're going to win this election. We've actually won it. just a matter of counting the votes fairly.
My problem is I voted for NAFTA. I'm supporting NAFTA because I think it is a positive thing to do. And I do not pretend to be an expert on international trade matters.
Trade agreements like NAFTA and permanent normal trade relations with China, which forced American workers to compete against people who are making pennies an hour, has resulted in the loss of 160,000 jobs.
The president is absolutely right when he says that China has been cheating for 25 years and that Bill Clinton didn't do enough about it, George W. Bush didn't do enough about it, Barack Obama didn't do enough about it.
Rising China is an incredibly positive development for not only China, but the United States and the rest of the world. Rising China is a positive development. It is in our self-interest that China continue to prosper. We want to see China rise. China is a great nation, and we should hope for the continued expansion. China is not our enemy.
We talk about China as our competitor. We should be helping. The idea that China is going to eat our lunch is bizarre. The idea that they are our competition, they're going to beat us, is bizarre.
They're not bad folks.
China's not a problem.
Allowing China into the World Trade Organization, which he supported, extending most favored nation status to China, which he supported, those steps allowed China to take advantage of the United States by using our own open trade deals against us.
No.
Do you think in retrospect that you were naive about China?
No.
But doesn't he deserve some credit for that? It's better. The USMCA is better than NAFTA.
It is better than NAFTA. You know, we have to come together. That's why I'm running. I'm running as a proud Democrat for the Senate. So vote! Vote! Visit iwill.com/Ohio. God bless you.
Can somebody tell Joe, by the way, it's not a real website, and Joe, you're running for president, not senator, and by the way, that senator, the Mormon guy, is Mitt Romney, not some Mormon governor. Now, sadly, what we showed you, that's just from a couple of hours today. Because every time that Joe actually leaves the basement bunker and stays out past 10 a.m., well, disaster ensues. Here's a quick reminder.
Look, tomorrow's Superstar Tuesday, and I want to thank you all. I tell you what, I'm rushing ahead, aren't I? We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330. We choose truth over facts. Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear words. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Donald Trump does pose an extra threat to this. It's not hypothetical.
This is pretty serious. By the way, these are way beyond an occasional campaign gaffe, and I am beginning, well, I'm more than a little worried that this man could represent a clear and present danger to this country. He's obviously not capable of leading. He's been hiding the entire campaign, and the corrupt media mob is covering for him. Joe wants to be the president of the United States of America. That would be the toughest job in the world. And at times, Joe doesn't seem to remember that he's even running for president, or what state he's in, or what day of the week it is. Does anyone really believe that if elected, that Joe Biden will actually be in control of anything?
What kind of country we're going to be? 4 more years of Georgia, he's going to find ourselves in a position where if Trump gets elected, we're going to be in a different world. Barack and I think it's a right for people to have bad health care. Folks, we got a lot of work to do. I don't only need you to get me elected. I need you once I'm elected. I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Okay, all right. I just need to know. We have photo and words coming here. Don't worry, we're talking.
this.
Yeah, he would be a great person. You're on right, right? He's actually already really good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
His work is
Which of you guys is doing live? Everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Let's get through it.
I didn't know what day it was. I got a text from Megan. Says, "Can you do this 8th of March thing?" And I said, "Thursday?" And then I looked at the newspaper. Like, today.
I saw you.
I took one.
This is your AP sound test.
I got the
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End of test.
Let's be bang bang. This one. 10 o'clock press conference.
That would be nice.
I'll have the hat on now.
Rubber band all broken.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
When they showed up, what's that? In about 15 minutes. Oh, 15 minutes. Yeah, so they just pull up, get right out of there, and ski it.
I don't know. He said we were fine.
There you go. You okay? Fine. I didn't. It took me a while to figure out what date Thursday was. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty blended.
It ends with a Y. I get a call at 5 o'clock. Kevin. Happy birthday. Let's go.
Happy birthday today? Yeah. Happy birthday. Mine's on the 7th. Yeah.
We're both Scorpios.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good or not.
It's the best. It's the best. It's the best. Yeah, it's the best.
Yeah. Got any plans for?
Oh my God.
Going out to dinner
for a while?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. And what we got? I mean, we got that thing up fast.
Oh yeah. No, I think I got my guy right here. I'll just step in.
Yeah, the guys down there.
It's a better idea.
I just did it to make sure everyone. You didn't see that.
They just started. I was here yesterday and workers sitting out there, and you could just tell he was trained, smoking a cigarette. So, when you work, it's usually at least 60 pounds. And I said, so, what age did you have? Yeah, he said, yeah, that's the difference. I have to leave my car down. Remember me at the other spot. Got my auto phone. So many media now. This is just blowing out.
Yeah, I figured it was going to be about like this.
I used to love those days. Like, in the Navy, it was that was it.
The worst, I don't remember how it was. That was trying to get into the metro. I never got
Such a nutty. You don't think of media. Yeah. My wife was at home. She made out the back of the yard days.
We've been kind of in and out for a lot of the stuff that, there's a lot we can do at home, but there's a lot we still have to be on the board.
think you guys would.
Oh, that was just like.
Yeah. Is that something that radio stations? Yeah.
But it really wants to be a radio, like a TV or phone person.
I remember when I was back in the day, when I was starting out as a photographer, that I would at night call late night theater.
Yeah.
And it was creepy. I was the only person in there, and the studio was all dark and stuff.
Good morning. I'm Adam Laxalt. I am a former Navy and Iraq veteran and the former top law enforcement officer of this state. I care deeply about both the rule of law and voter integrity, like the rest of Nevadans and Americans. And we warned for the last few weeks that we could end up in a situation where Nevada decides the fate of the presidency. We warned that the Democrats changed this election system. They gave us mail-in ballots, and despite the fact that there are examples of thousands of ballots being mailed across this valley in trash cans in apartment buildings, people getting as many as 18 ballots to their homes, we knew these rolls were unclean, and we were told that signatures would save us from all fraud. But to date, we still have not been able to observe these signatures or meaningfully challenge a single mail-in ballot out of hundreds of thousands of casts. We firmly believe that there are many voters in this group of mail-in people that are not proper voters. In the last many days, we have received reports of many irregularities across the valley. We believe that there are dead voters that have been counted. We are also confident that there are thousands of people whose votes have been counted that have moved out of Clark County during the pandemic. Today, we have a voter, Jill Stokey, who was denied access to vote. She showed up to vote, and she was told someone had already cast her ballot, and she was denied the opportunity to vote. We are filing in federal district court here in Las Vegas. We're asking for emergency relief, a TRO, and injunctive relief. We're asking the judge to, due to all of these irregularities, to stop the counting of improper votes. Thank you.
The courts in Nevada. Can you wait?
Yeah, you got it.
Look, the reality is that transparency is not political. Ballots are not automatically legal votes until they're checked. We are not being allowed to check. The Harry Reid machine recklessly threw ballots into the mail, and now we cannot check whether or not there are non-residents, which we have evidence, publicly available evidence, that you all in the media should be also looking at. It's publicly available information that non-residents have voted. There is a 30-day residency requirement in the state of Nevada. If you haven't been in the state for 30 days, it is illegal to vote. Reporters have a responsibility. The fact is, we are filing this federal lawsuit to protect legal voters. It is unacceptable in this country to have illegal votes counted. And that is what's happening in the state of Nevada. We've asked Clark County for answers. They have no answers. They continue to count illegal votes. That is unacceptable, and it's giving legal people a sense that the system is corrupt. We have to have a system where legal votes are cast. What the Harry Reid machine has done is throw out recklessly ballots, and now they don't want us to check those ballots, and we are seeing discrepancies all over. We are asking Clark County to give us answers. All of your questions about the details are legitimate questions, and they should be asked of Clark County, because the Clark County officials are silent. They are not giving us any answers, and they continue to count these illegal votes. Ballots versus legal votes. That's what we're talking about. It is unacceptable in this country.
The presidency is literally in the breach.
Listen, you're here to take in information, okay? Well, do your job. It's pretty easy. Do it.
Thank you all for turning out. Thank you all for turning out. The presidency literally hangs in the balance. And what the fundamental principle is here is that we want to be able to make sure that the counting that occurs and that the results that happen can be respected by every American voter across this land and truly across the world. If you're not allowed in to see the process, both sides and all of you in the media, so that there is transparency, so that there's meaningful observing of these ballots, that calls into question what those results will be. The idea in this country, the idea in America, that we would somehow reduce or limit the ability to have basic insurance that a ballot is a legal ballot, that a ballot is an acceptable ballot, that the person who voted, that we took minimal steps to make sure that there was a signature match, for instance. Those types of guarantees need to be in the process. And so we have to understand that what's going on in Nevada impacts what's going on all across this country, which is the American people want to have confidence in the results that are coming out of Nevada. That will occur when we can make a case why every ballot is an acceptable, compliant ballot.
Let me. Do you want to introduce these two, or we can have them introduce themselves? These are individuals who have stories of discrepancy. If you want to state your name and briefly what happened.
Okay.
And we won't take any questions, but you can step up and go right here.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Jill Stokey. I went to vote. It was told I already voted. I pursued the matter, and in years past, I always voted in person. This time, they mailed out the ballot, and somebody took my ballot. They also took the ballot of my roommate. I was told by the interviewer from Channel 8, when I said, did other people do this? He said, yes. He said, you're the first double. Thank you.
Ms. Stokey, will you spell your name for us, please?
S as in Sam, T as in Tom, O-K-K-E.
Good morning. I'm Chris Padome. I'm going to give my account what happened. I was here, actually been here for quite a bit, and was here with members of the Trump campaign and came in a media capacity to obtain content information on election night, and unfortunately was stereotyped in that regard, and you can take for that what you may, and was not able to obtain any type of access by any means, and got a little bit, I guess you can say assertive or aggressive is the word, so to speak, and the question was asked at 1:30 in the morning, why are you here? And our response was, well, it's election night. That's why we're here, and you guys are obviously counting ballots. And it was unique because they said they had an hour and a half left of counting to do, and an official came out who was kind and asked us to sign documents, and a few moments later we were asked to leave. Well, I find it ironic we were asked to leave within 10 to 12 minutes when they said they had an hour and a half of counting left to do. And clearly that was an attack, I think, on any type of conservative media or any individual or entity that wanted to have access and cover. And we find it very unique that other outlets are able to have full access, but we were not given any type of access whatsoever. And they question the validity of my background, or any type of media, any type of experience whatsoever. So that was my personal account, and that's it.
So what media were you representing, Chris?
Let me just say this. All of your questions are very good, and they should be asked of Clark County. We don't have access to the information. They are not giving us access to the ballots. The publicly available information raises a lot of questions, and yet we are not getting answers just like you. We're not going to take any more questions today, and I will say that we will have more to say at the end of the day after we file.
Any evidence, sir.
So all you have to do is ask your questions of Clark County, and we will make sure that we continue the pressure on them too. Thank you very much.
Talked about the presidency. There are sacks of votes.
We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump.
What about missing ballots? What do we do with those?
We want Trump.
Right. I want Trump too.
He doesn't want to take photos of your sign. They know Latinos voted for Trump.
All right. Hello, Arizona. Wow. What support we have for our president of the great United States, Donald J. Trump. It's so good to see you all here. That and I am Dr. Kelly Ward. I am the chairwoman of your Republican Party. That's right. It's an honor to work for you and with you, and we are still hard at work. I can see you're not asleep at the wheel, and neither are we. I tell you, Arizona is in play, folks. We are in play. When I was watching the election night returns, and I saw Fox News inappropriately call Arizona for a radical leftist socialist team, I can tell you I started tweeting out right away to retract, because Arizona is more than set to be able to win. Okay. How about this? It's not about Fox. It's about counting our votes. Count our votes. Count our votes. Yes. Count our votes. And that's exactly what we're doing. When the race was inappropriately called by the media, the fake news media, Trump was just behind by 200,000 votes. There were hundreds and thousands of votes were still out, hundreds of thousands of votes that are still out, and even still today, there are hundreds of thousands of votes. And I can tell you that it is trending in the direction of President Donald J. Trump. We have the team on the ground. We have the people. We have the momentum. We have the activist community that is not going to allow this race to be stolen from President Trump or from Republicans all the way down the ballot. You can count on me. I can count on you. I'm going to leave it at that because you don't need to hear from me. You all know I think we're going to win this state for Donald Trump. I've got some awesome people here with me, and you're going to hear from Dave Bossy in just one moment, but I do want to introduce our Congressman Gosar. We've got Congresswoman Debbie Lesko. We've got COO of the Trump campaign, Jeff DeWitt, former treasurer. We've got former Congressman John Shadig, Boris Epstein right here. So don't go away because we are winning this. Stay vigilant. Stay awake. Do not let this election be stolen. I won't. I know you won't. Here's Dave.
Thank you all very much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kelly. This is an exciting day. We are so proud of each and every one of you. My name is David Bossie, and I'm a senior advisor to the Trump campaign. And I'm happy to make, I'm going to make a few, thank you very much. I'm going to be happy to make a few remarks, and then we're all happy to take questions when we're done. First, I just want to say that Arizona's 11 electoral college votes are going to be in Donald Trump's column when we get done with this. Every legal ballot must be counted. We are here to protect every legal vote. If the current trends continue, as we have seen, because we follow the science, President Trump is going to overtake Joe Biden, and we are going to win Arizona. Look, the news organizations that prematurely called Arizona have really done a disservice to the American people. And so, look, that's water under the bridge. What we're going to do is prove them wrong. Okay? That's what we're here to do. We're going to make sure that every single vote counts, and we're going to prove to the American people that Arizona is Trump country. And my next question is, what does the margin need to be in order for them to retract this horrible, horrible call? That's a very important question. We must have the media. Look, after tonight, the margin is going to be much smaller. And so when they prematurely called it, it was a bigger number. But it was only 70-some-odd% in. It was an irresponsible thing to have done. And we're here to protect the vote of the Arizona people. And I got to tell you, I see what is going on. It's the fake news media. So look, there was only about 73% in when they called this race. So we're here to make sure every vote is counted. We're here to make sure that Arizona is delivered for President Trump for his reelection, and it is going to be. So I thank each and every one of you for being here, and I'm happy to take questions. Go ahead. I didn't know of any such thing that happened. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I asked him, yes. Yeah, that's a great question. He asked, did the mainstream media calling some of these states early have impact on what happened in the rest of the country? And I think the answer is very simply yes. Because if you look at what the mainstream media did with the state of Florida, we won the state of Florida in 2016. President Trump did by about 110, 115,000 votes. He was up 400,000 votes, and they called California before they called Florida. They didn't call the state of Ohio. Look, this is not a mistake, folks. They have been against this president. They've been against your president from the very first minute 4 years ago. So we are tired of it. We're going to fight to the very end, and that's why Donald Trump's going to get reelected, because every single one of you is here to fight for him. Thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Well, all of the litigation strategies completely are currently being thought about and contemplated. There's been no decisions on anything as of yet, but absolutely all options are on the table to protect a single legal vote that has been made in Arizona, because all said and done, President Trump is going to get
expect him to win now, on the count. No, not need a lot.
Go ahead.
There's a great number of media organizations that have not called it. I see your guys' path here going forward. And I think that's why a lot of news organizations are waiting to call this race. At the same time, is there anything that you have actually seen in terms of evidence that concerns you that could lead to a lawsuit right now?
The answer to your question is yes. However, this is way discussed because we're not there yet. Okay, we're not there yet. But President Trump is going to win by when all the votes are counted. We're not going to have to worry about that.
Chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, who supports this president, said that he has faith in the Maricopa County Elections Department. Do you guys all agree with that faith in the Elections Department?
I have some concerns about the election department and about Adrian Fontes himself. He has disregarded legal advice from outside and within his own organization, and we have had our poll observers, Republican poll observers, be disenfranchised. They've been put into a corner. They have to sit in their seat to verify the signatures. They were not able to see the screens that were in front of them. They were able to look at the back of the computer screens. They were allowed to have binoculars, but they could only see the name brand of the computer, not the actual signatures of the voters. And that's just one instance. So I believe that one of the reasons we're standing here is that we want to assure the integrity of elections in Arizona. And the Republican Party of Arizona and everyone here will do just that.
Hold on, right there, sir.
So in Michigan, there was the 4 a.m. drop to 138,000 and 112,000 in Michigan that the president referred to in his 2 a.m. presser. Are those votes, those 250,000 and zero votes for Biden, are they going to be picked out as fraudulent votes before it's all over?
Yeah, talking about Arizona, sir, and yeah, there's a team in Michigan doing exactly what we're doing here, so I can assure you the people of Michigan are being well served by the Trump team. Okay? Yeah, of course, please do.
Yeah, listen, folks, Arizona, the bottom line is President Trump is going to win Arizona. I believe it. The trend is going that way. I spoke to the president yesterday morning, and I told him I believe that Arizona is going to go for President Donald J. Trump, and then he's going to other states, and he's going to win America.
What she said, absolutely. Okay, good. I can't stop that. Yes, ma'am. You just asked that question and I answered it. I didn't have. Go ahead, ma'am. Our legal team is clearly looking at those types of questions. It's been very well documented that those are some concerns by thousands of people in the state of Arizona. So they're not unfounded to the people that it affected. So there's a process for those people and for our campaign to go through, and that's what we're team is currently looking at, obviously. Yeah, thank you all very much. Happy to take any more questions after we're done here. Is that good with you, Kelly?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. We're willing to take some more questions, everybody here, from you all. But the press conference is officially over, and the count is still going on, and Arizona's going to win for President Trump.
So I'm inside the Broward County Supervisor of Elections office, and you can see inside the window, check this out, all the employees in there counting ballots, doing things. Veritas is everywhere. whistleblowers here, there, all across the country. I gotta go. Hello. I'm here inside the Broward County facility in Florida. I'm not here to vote, but I just wanted to know if how it's going with the fraud, the ballots.
Oh, I have no answer to that, sir. Let me get somebody who can answer that
Thank
question.
you.
Who are you?
I'm James O'Keefe with Project Veritas.
Oh, how are you?
Nice to see you.
Good. Yeah.
I don't know how this
You're right.
May I come in?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
Have you heard of us?
Yes, I know.
Are you a fan?
I'm a supervisor of elections.
You can't say so.
I'm completely neutral.
We're just checking out to see if there's any fraud in the elections.
We've detected a bunch of voter registration fraud. We turned it into the authorities and haven't done squandola.
The Florida authorities or the feds?
Both.
Any mail-in fraud or voter mail-in fraud?
It's very difficult to scam these systems on the voting side. On the voter registration side, the system is very vulnerable because the nitwit legislature has a system where everybody operates on the honor system. And so you could say that you're a citizen of the United States when you're a citizen of China, and nobody would challenge it. We found a ballot yesterday at the canvassing board. Some clown in New Jersey, who is a registered voter both in New Jersey and in Florida, which is very common, shouldn't be, but it is, asked for a vote-by-mail ballot. And we sent them a vote-by-mail ballot. Apparently, he also asked for a vote-by-mail ballot from his county in New Jersey. And when he sent his vote-by-mail envelope to Florida, he put his New Jersey ballot in it.
Is that a DA or a Attorney General of the state?
Local prosecutor.
Local. And do you find that they actually do anything?
No. It's, local prosecutors tend to be most animated by homicide, crime against the person. If everything operates by the law, it should be good for conservatives.
Is that 475,000 votes?
What's important for the president here is that's 207,000 Republican votes. We should be 5 points ahead.
Hello everyone, James O'Keefe here in an undisclosed location. Hey, we got a big story tonight coming in the state of Michigan. A lot of ballot fraud, a lot of things that we're exposing, and this one's pretty shocking. Shows some illegal voter fraud. We have been getting thousands of tips. We've read every single one of them. We are on top of all of them. Our journalists are in the field. Thank you for sending your tips to veritastips@protonmail.com. We have dozens of people across the country with the hidden cameras corroborating this information. Keep sending it our way, working as hard as we can. Stay tuned. Next Project Veritas bombshell out this evening in the state of Michigan. Tell us where you work.
I work in the Traverse City Post Office, more specifically the Barlow branch.
Your boss told you and your colleagues something that shocked you this morning. What was it?
We were issued a directive this morning to collect any ballots we find in mailboxes, collection boxes, just outgoing mail in general, separate them at the end of the day so that they could hand stamp them with the previous day's date. Today is November 4th, for clarification.
Who is your boss, and what is his title?
Jonathan would be a direct supervisor, yes. As of right now, he is the opening supervisor for the Barlow branch post office. So and this is anecdotal, carrier down at another office said they watched the postmaster doing it. If it were just a typical day, it would be clerks doing it up at the distribution center.
So 8 p.m. election day, November 3rd. The Court of Appeals ruled ballots have to be received by that time. And what were you told?
To separate them today so they could mark them with yesterday's date and send them through the express system to wherever they needed to go.
This appears to be an attempt to circumvent Michigan law and allow late votes. And you said there was a hamper where letter carriers were supposed to leave their ballots. Where are the ballots now?
They were putting them into express bags to go to the distribution center. In regards to a hamper, there was a standard hamper that all letter mail is supposed to go to, and they had a tub next to it that we were supposed to put any ballots collected today into. Yes.
What made you come forward?
That's sketchy. Like sketchy, it screams corruption. Also knowing the post office's leanings politically, it didn't seem quite right.
What is your message to other postal workers who see things like this?
Report it. How are we supposed to have any integrity in this country if we are just going to let things slide based on a scaling issue?
Are you afraid of retaliation against you?
I've had whistleblower policies backfire on me in the past, so yes.
We'll have to reach out to Jonathan Clark for comment. Hey, is this Jonathan?
Yes.
Hey, I'm a reporter with Project Veritas, James O'Keefe here, and I have information that you guys have been stamping ballots with the previous date, November 3rd. He just hung up the phone on me. He just hung up the phone on me. Huge update. We just got contacted by the Office of the Inspector General, who is aware of this video inside the post office in Michigan, and the whistleblower who is discussing, showing how the ballots were backdated to November 3rd, even though they were accepted November 4th. Huge update. The Inspector General tells us they're aware of this. It falls under their jurisdiction. They're assessing whether to investigate. This whistleblower in Michigan is a patriot and a hero. He doesn't fear retaliation. He cares more about his country and what they're doing illegally there in Michigan, counting the votes illegally, than he cares about his own well-being and safety. And there's many more like him. And we want you guys to come forward, the honest post office workers, the honest poll workers, whoever you are, wherever you are. You're the ones who can make the difference. You can't rely upon anyone else. Contact us. VeritasTips@protonmail.com. Be brave. Do something.
Yeah, where can I find a handful of them?
I don't know, man. Hey, I'm almost finished with the boxes today.
All right, brother.
Hey, not a problem, man. I'm gonna see if I can get you some like a nice little handful. What's your unit number?
You're gonna get a handful?
What's your unit number?
322. You gonna get a handful?
I'll probably put I don't know, maybe. If it's in there, I ain't do it.
And you'll put some in there for me.
I might, man.
All right, brother.
See what I can do.
A postal worker in Nevada offered our undercover journalist a handful of ballots that was sent to the wrong address. This is another example of USPS voter fraud.
Project Veritas have posted a story in the last couple of hours that alleges some cases of voter fraud in Michigan. Have a look and make up your own mind.
So 8 p.m. Election Day, November 3rd, the Court of Appeals ruled ballots have to be received by that time. And what were you told?
To separate them today so they can mark them with yesterday's date.
Some of us got some extra ballots and stuff. How many of those you getting lately? People with extra ballots are undeliverable or...
It's been quite a few.
Quite a few?
You know, people are sending based off their old address. So, yeah, it's been quite a few.
Well, if it wasn't me, though, hypothetically, though, it could be done.
I can't say nothing because I don't know. I'm just a delivery.
All right. But there's a lot of them out there like that, though, right?
Yeah, there are.
Where's the most of them at then? If we were hypothetically...
A handful?
Yeah, where can I find a handful of them?
I don't know, man. Hey, I'm almost finished with the boxes today.
All right, brother.
Hey, not a problem, man. I'm gonna see if I can get you some like a nice little handful. What's your unit number?
You're gonna get a handful?
What's your unit number?
322. You gonna get a handful?
I'll probably put I don't know, maybe. If it's in there, I ain't do it.
And you'll put some in there for me.
I might, man.
All right, brother.
See what I can do.
Lag behind. The U.S. Postal Service sent inspectors to a post office branch in Traverse City after concerns of possible fraud. The Office of the Inspector General had federal investigators at the branch on Barlow Street today. It comes after a group known as Project Veritas posted a video which claims to identify a postal supervisor allegedly instructing employees to take absentee ballots received on Wednesday and backdate them with a postmark for Tuesday. Now, under Michigan law, it would be irrelevant to the results, even if this turns out to be true, because ballots had to be in the hands of clerks by Tuesday night at 8 p.m. But the Postal Service is still investigating the claims.
The folding one? Is it usually back there? No, it was the one with the yellow pad on it. Right here. Oh, the one with the cushion, the real nice wooden one? I'll bring it right to you. Oh, shit. Yeah. No, it was...
You gotta get it off eBay now.
Chip will sell it to you.
Here's your chair, but that's not, you don't need that pillow.
Doug, right behind you, buddy.
Yes, sir.
I even fluffed your pillow for you.
Hey, can someone stand up?
I don't know where that pillow.
The pillow is there for your comfort.
Yeah? That good?
There's a scramble in here right now because
Good.
this press conference was called suddenly, and now we're just trying to get it in place. Our viewers need to be reminded that in addition to everything else going on with the election, there are still COVID restrictions in the White House briefing room. That's why when you look at the picture here, you're seeing a lot fewer journalists in place for this upcoming statement from the president. Hopefully some questions from the president about what's happening right now. I'll tell you, I talked to the Trump advisor a short time ago, and in addition to some of the gloom and doom that they're feeling inside the campaign, they're looking at Joe Biden catching up quickly in Pennsylvania, they're looking at Joe Biden catching up quickly in Georgia. There is also the prospect of a legal challenge of this campaign. Now, legal challenges in multiple states across the country to try to stop this Biden victory. And in the words of this Trump advisor, not the way I want to win. So there are some inside the campaign who would like to win this the old-fashioned way by tallying up the votes and see who wins, see who has the most votes. Obviously, there are some people inside the campaign, and the president may be leading the charge on this, who feels that he is being robbed, and so therefore he has to do what he has to do in court. Now, obviously, you know, that is not in line with the facts. We heard the Pennsylvania Secretary of State speak just a short while ago, saying she has not seen any instances of voter fraud. As we know historically, there is no widespread voter fraud in the U.S., but the president is going to try to bend reality, bend the facts, bend the truth in his direction in the hopes of trying to make something happen on the legal front. The other thing that is confounding this campaign, and it's going to be a problem for them when they get into court, is that they are arguing for the stoppage of counting in some states and arguing for the continuing of counting in other states. That's obviously something that is going to be a giant red flag, pointed out by any judge when the Trump lawyers go into court. And so I suspect, Anderson, when the president comes in here, he's going to want to make a statement. He is going to want to look like he's in charge. He's been watching Joe Biden go out there and make these sort of statesman-like statements over the last couple of days. And the president wants, I think, to reclaim the mantle, reclaim the Oval Office to some extent here. And we'll wait and see if the president wants to take any questions. There's obviously a lot on our minds in terms of what we want to ask the president, such as, for example, why not continue to count the votes? That's what we do in this country. And so we'll have to see what the president has to say about that. Yeah, okay. I think so, yes, Andrew. They do not have a consistent position. They want to continue counting in states where perhaps he might be, he got a win, and they want to stop counting in states where he's in trouble. And that, I think most Americans would look at that and just see that as being something that just doesn't stand up. And, but the president is watching the lights go out on his presidency right now. That is what we're witnessing in real time. As these votes are being tabulated and Joe Biden is catching up in Pennsylvania it feels like a long time since and I've been in here. Georgia, the presidency of Donald J. Trump is vanishing before our eyes. And there are limited options left for this campaign, limited options left for this president. We haven't seen a one-term president in some 28 years. George H.W. Bush, when he lost the presidency, went out gracefully, became friends with Bill Clinton, was that sort of a father-son relationship. He is not going to go down without a fight. Then what's the plan from there? That is what we're hearing from Trump campaign.
All right, sparing you for just a second, all the media talking heads there in the briefing room. The president shall be up shortly. Back here at the RSBN studio, just reminding you, we have a busy night tonight. We are in Phoenix, Arizona for the Stop the Steal rally happening at 7 p.m., I believe, Mountain Time. So we're going to have that. We're also going to have a group team prayer for the president at 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight. We encourage everybody to join in. That link is posted on our YouTube channel. We are also in Philadelphia, heading there. Philadelphia, the crew is just arriving there. Tomorrow we'll be covering Team Trump press conferences throughout the day in Philly. And we're also have a crew headed to Detroit, Michigan. We are going to give all of our resources. We are going to do everything that we possibly can to expose what is going on and help the president. So it is something we didn't anticipate happening, but we are ready, and we will do as much as we possibly can. Thank you all for your support. The president will be out shortly. If you want to support our travels, because we don't know where we're going, but we'll go wherever we have to go, you can donate to us, rsbnetwork.com/donate. God bless you. We're going to win this thing. We are going to prevail. Let's go.
Standard sort of varies state by state. Strategy varies state by state. There were talks, stick around talk of stopping the votes in Michigan. Joe Biden is way ahead of Michigan. That doesn't work. So they are, I think, reacting minute by minute, as we are reacting minute by minute to what is a Biden presidency that is starting to come into shape, that is starting to come into the picture. And the president, I suspect, is very frustrated about this. Tweets, some in all caps, some in
Go on.
False and misleading. And he hates that. He wants to get around that. Coming out to the podium and having us take this on live television gives him a way of getting around those types of restrictions. And so I suppose, in addition to the presidential seal being slapped on that lectern behind me, there probably ought to be a Surgeon General. What you're about to hear from the President of the United States may not be in line with the facts, may be hazardous to your democracy, may be hazardous to the counting of the votes. I suspect when the President comes out here, we're going to see a fair amount of bending of those ground. I think we just all have to be prepared for that. You know, you can tiptoe the reality and dance around the theory. There were a couple of what we've seen in the last 4 years. This President will lie and lie and lie.
Okay.
Struck 17 down in response. I suspect I'm not sure what world we're at when it goes out.
But that could potentially send a signal to voters that it's a lost cause. Okay, great.
I'll tell you, I think that notion was overridden by the enthusiasm that the president generated on the campaign trail. I was at a rally in closing days in Green Bay. There were thousands of people who were out there. The weather was cold, the weather was angry, and they were still there. There were thousands of people in Omaha, Nebraska. There were thousands of people in Kenosha, Traverse City, Rochester, Minnesota. They limited it to 250 in the actual event, but there were thousands of people who were waiting outside just to show their support. So I'm not sure that this idea of suppression polls actually worked in the real world, but you know, the president's got a case. I truly believe that the polling was so horribly inaccurate for the most part as it was in 2016. And I've said it to people on the campaign, not the people on the campaign trail. The pollsters still have not figured out, for the most part, how to accurately read Trump voters. And you know, well, unless he runs again, unless he loses and runs again in 2024, they have a bigger chance to really figure it out. Two runners, yeah. Yeah, well, I think that he's been waiting for something significant to happen, such as, you know, if Arizona were to go his way, or if Nevada were to go his way. But I think you saw Joe Biden come out for the second time today. Yesterday, he allowed Joe Biden to hit the news cycle because his campaign surrogates were out there. They were really sort of leading the charge to the president in terms of where this was going to go. as far as the vote count goes, as far as the lawsuits go. I think when Biden came, I was told yesterday, Biden came out, the president would probably, he did. So when Biden came out against me, I think the president said, let's go out, I got to get in front of the cameras.
Yes, I'm very thankful that you're there. Okay, I mean, I was prepared to do it myself, but this is a lot better. I did send you 2 test pictures.
Yeah, and don't forget, as these races tighten, he may have a little opportunity in the next 3 hours.
Okay, I see. So we are good to go. We have not. We're told we're going to get.
We're all paying attention to Pennsylvania. And a lot of attention on Arizona and Nevada. But if he loses,
okay, so I'll be following away.
That's unrecoverable. And when the last
thank
time
you.
Georgia went by a Democrat, 1992, with Bill Clinton. So the fact that the margin is so close to Georgia is extraordinary. I lived there for 5-6 years. In fact, I saw the tone and tenor of the Democratic graphic makeup and the politics of the state beginning to change. But for a Republican president to lose Georgia.
See. Really quick, just going to break in here. I heard John Roberts there with Fox. What has happened with Fox anyway? What is going on over there at Fox? Election night, after election night, I couldn't tune in any longer after the first 10 minutes. I just tuned it out. I could not handle it. And now John Roberts up there talking about Georgia being so close. Let me tell you the truth. I live about 15, 20 minutes or so away from the Georgia state line. There is no way that Georgia is that close. We all know what's happening. We all know that these ballots are coming in out of nowhere in Fulton County, in the Atlanta area, in DeKalb County. And every time they say, we're finished counting now, and then the next morning we wake up and they say, oh, we found 35,000 more votes. We know what's going on. It's not that close in Georgia. There's no way in hell that it's that tight in Georgia. Okay, we all know what's going on. The thing is, the media knows what's going on. Big tech knows what's going on. And everybody knows that we know what's going on. And they don't care because they're emboldened and they know that they have the media and they have big tech in their pocket. And they're going to cover for them. So that's why we're doing the best we can. We're out there. We're going to be bringing you live coverage of press conferences. We're going to be up in the faces of the people who are making these decisions and be a friendly voice. We're going to ask the questions that need to be asked because no one else is doing it. And there are some patriots out there that are doing it. They have cell phones and things, and they're doing the best that they can. But we've got gear, we've got equipment, and we're going to get out there and we're going to do the best we can because this is nothing short of a coup attempt on this president, and it's not going to happen. We're not going to allow it to happen. The president isn't going to allow it to happen. So stay tuned. It's going to get rough. It's going to get a little bit nuts, but we are going to do our best here at RSBN. Don't listen to them when they tell you that the race is lost. Keep the faith. Everything will be all right. And join our prayer tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time for the president right here on RSBN, led by Father Frank Pavone. Tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Right Side. The president will be out shortly.
Yeah, she's I will text her.
Yeah. Ed, stay on the far edge.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. Say it 100 times. Alex finally came out.
That's relate, huh? I think so.
What?
So we were just talking about it. That's never happened.
I have Pilates at 7:30. I don't know if they know that.
What's that?
I have Pilates at 7:30. I don't know if they know that.
Okay, so I gotta be honest. I need Pilates. They got me procedures.
That's the sad thing about the way life is right now. We don't have plans to go anywhere.
It was very good. Yes. It's on? Yes.
So like, what's it like?
You're closer.
Fine.
Thank you. Can you get too close?
No.
They said they will give a 2-minute warning.
Well, we're on it.
Try it.
Oh, you're done here?
Yeah, I know where.
Okay, why do you think I got that?
I know where you got it.
Well, we're gonna be here. You already gave me COVID. Just give me 3. People wonder why I drink.
Sorry, I spent the last month with you 8 feet away from you.
Yeah, you don't both have COVID now?
I get it.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, you guys, you and.
Robert's got the vaccine.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say,
Stand in
Robert.
line.
Just want to remind everybody one more time before the president speaks. He should be up here shortly. We're waiting on our 2-minute warning here. We are going to be live tonight from Phoenix, Arizona for the Stop the Steal rally at the Arizona State Capitol. Liz Willis and Mike Nificent will be live in Phoenix tonight at I believe coming up here at I believe it is 7 o'clock Mountain Time. From the Arizona State Capitol, and we'll also have our RSBN group prayer coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, live here on Right Side. We are also in Philadelphia. We'll have action for you tomorrow from Philadelphia. We'll be carrying Team Trump press conferences and much more. The President of the United States is on his way out. Enjoy the press conference. God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to provide the American people with an update on our efforts to protect the integrity of our very important 2020 election. If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly, but a lot of votes came in late. I've already decisively won many critical states, including massive victories in Florida, Iowa, Indiana, Ohio. To name just a few, we won these and many other victories despite historic election interference from big media, big money, and big tech. As everybody saw, we won by historic numbers. And the pollsters got it knowingly wrong. They got it knowingly wrong. We had polls that were so ridiculous, and everybody knew it at the time. There was no blue wave that they predicted. They thought there was going to be a big blue wave. That was false. That was done for suppression reasons. But instead, there was a big red wave. And it's been properly acknowledged, actually, by the media. They were, I think, very impressed. But that was after the fact. That doesn't do us any good. We kept the Senate despite having twice as many seats to defend as Democrats. And in a really much more competitive states, we did a fantastic job with the Senate. I think we're very proud of what's happened there. We had many more seats to defend. They spent almost $200 million on Senate races in South Carolina and Kentucky alone, 2 races, and hundreds of millions of dollars overall against us. At the national level, our opponents' major donors were Wall Street bankers and special interests. Our major donors were police officers, farmers, everyday citizens. Yet for the first time ever, we lost 0 races in the House. I was talking to Kevin McCarthy today. He said he couldn't believe it. 0 races, very unusual thing, 0. And actually won many new seats with, I think, many more on the way. This was also the year of the Republican woman. More Republican women were elected to Congress than ever before. That's a great achievement. I won the largest share of non-white voters of any Republican in 60 years, including historic numbers of Latino, African American, Asian American, and Native American voters, the largest ever in our history. We grew our party by 4 million voters, the greatest turnout in Republican Party history. Democrats are the party of the big donors, the big media, the big tech, it seems, and Republicans have become the party of the American worker, and that's what's happened. And we're also, I believe, the party of inclusion. As everyone now recognizes, media polling was election interference in the truest sense of that word, by powerful special interests. These really phony polls, I have to call them phony polls, fake polls, were designed to keep our voters at home, create the illusion of momentum for Mr. Biden, and diminish Republicans' ability to raise funds. They were what's called suppression polls. Everyone knows that now. And it's never been used to the extent that it's been used on this last election. To highlight just a few examples, the day before election, Quinnipiac, which was wrong on every occasion that I know of, had Joe Biden up by 5 points in Florida, and they were off by 8.4 points, and I won Florida easily. So they had me losing Florida by a lot, and I ended up winning Florida by a lot. Other than that, they were very accurate. They had him up 4 points in Ohio, and they were up by 12.2 points. And I also won Ohio, great state of Ohio, very easily. The Washington Post said Biden up 17 points in Wisconsin, and it was basically even. They were off by about 17 points. And they knew that. They're not stupid people. They knew that. Suppression. There are now only a few states yet to be decided in the presidential race. The voting apparatus of those states are run in all cases by Democrats. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret, and they wouldn't allow legally permissible observers. We went to court in a couple of instances, and we were able to get the observers put in. And when the observers got there, they wanted them 60, 70 feet away, 80 feet, 100 feet away, or outside the building to observe people inside the building. And we won a case, a big case, and we have others happening. There are lots of litigation, even beyond our litigation. There's tremendous amount of litigation generally because of how unfair this process was. And I predicted that. I've been talking about mail-in voting for a long time. It's really destroyed our system. It's a corrupt system, and it makes people corrupt even if they aren't by nature, but they become corrupt. It's too easy. They want to find out how many votes they need, and then they seem to be able to find them. They wait, and then they find them. And you see that on election night. We were ahead in vote in North Carolina by a lot, tremendous number of votes. And we're still ahead by a lot, but not as many, because they're finding ballots all of a sudden. Oh, we have some mail-in ballots. It's amazing how those mail-in ballots are so one-sided, too. I know that it's supposed to be to the advantage of the Democrats, but in all cases, they're so one-sided. We were up by nearly 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania. I won Pennsylvania by a lot, and that gets whittled down to, I think they said now we're up by 90,000 votes, and they'll keep coming and coming and coming. They find them all over, and they don't want us to have any observers, although we won a court case. The judge said you have to have observers. Likewise in Georgia, and they're appealing. Actually, they're appealing. We won a case that we want people to watch, and we want observers, and they're actually appealing, which is sort of interesting. I wonder why they'd appeal, that all we want to do is have people watch as they do the vote tabulations. Likewise in Georgia, I won by a lot, with a lead of over getting close to 300,000 votes on election night in Georgia. And by the way, got whittled down, and now it's getting to be to a point where I'll go from winning by a lot to perhaps being even down a little bit. In Georgia, a pipe burst in a faraway location, totally unrelated to the location of what was happening, and they stopped counting for 4 hours, and a lot of things happened. The election apparatus in Georgia is run by Democrats. We also had margins of 300,000 in Michigan. We're way up in Michigan, won the state. And in Wisconsin, we did likewise fantastically well. And that got whittled down. In every case, they got whittled down. Today, we're on track to win Arizona. We only need to carry, I guess, 55% of the remaining vote, 55% margins. And that's a margin that we've significantly exceeded. So we'll see what happens with that. But we're on track to do okay in Arizona. Our goal is to defend the integrity of the election. We'll not allow the corruption to steal such an important election, or any election for that matter. And we can't allow anybody to silence our voters and manufacture results. I've been doing a lot of public things for a long time. I've never had anything that's been as inspirational, by people calling, talking, sending things to us. I've never seen such love and such affection and such spirit as I've seen for this. People know what's happening, and they see what's happening, and it's before their eyes. And there are many instances which will be reported very shortly. There's tremendous litigation going on, and this is a case where they're trying to steal an election. They're trying to rig an election, and we can't let that happen. Detroit and Philadelphia, known as two of the most corrupt political places anywhere in our country, easily cannot be responsible for engineering the outcome of a presidential race, a very important presidential race. In Pennsylvania, Democrats have gone to the state Supreme Court to try and ban our election observers, and very strongly. Now, we won the case, but they're going forward. They don't want anybody in there. They don't want anybody watching them as they count the ballots. And I can't imagine why there's absolutely no legitimate reason why they would not want to have people watching this process, because if it's straight, they should be proud of it. Instead, they're trying, obviously, to commit fraud. There's no question about that. In Philadelphia, observers have been kept far away, very far away, so far that people are using binoculars to try and see, and there's been tremendous problems caused. They put paper on all of the windows so you can't see in, and the people that are banned are very unhappy and become somewhat violent. The 11th Circuit ruled that in Georgia, the votes have been in by Election Day, that they should be in by Election Day, and they weren't. Votes are coming in after Election Day. And they had a ruling already that you have to have the votes in by Election Day. To the best of my knowledge, votes should be in by Election Day. And they didn't do that. Democrat officials never believed they could win this election honestly. I really believe that. That's why they did the mail-in ballots, where there's tremendous corruption and fraud going on. That's why they mailed out tens of millions of unsolicited ballots without any verification measures whatsoever. And I've told everybody that these things would happen because I've seen it happen. I watched a lot of different elections before they decided to go with this big, massive election with tens of millions of ballots going out to everybody, in many cases totally unsolicited. This was unprecedented in American history. This was by design, despite years of claiming to care about the election security. They refused to include any requirement to verify signatures, identities, or even determine whether they're eligible or ineligible to vote. People are walking in there. They have no idea. They're just taking numbers. They're writing down things, the workers, and doing a lot of bad things. And we have a lot of information coming and litigation that you'll see that will shake even you people up. And you've seen it all. The officials overseeing the counting in Pennsylvania and other key states are all part of a corrupt Democrat machine that you've written about, and for a long time you've been writing about the corrupt Democrat machine. I went to school there, and I know a lot about it. It hasn't changed. It's a long time ago, and hasn't changed. It's gotten worse. In Pennsylvania, partisan Democrats have allowed ballots in the state to be received 3 days after the election, and we think much more than that. And they're counting those without even postmarks or any identification whatsoever. So you don't have postmarks, you don't have identification. There have been a number of disturbing irregularities across the nation. Our campaign has been denied access to observe any counting in Detroit. Detroit is another place, and I wouldn't say has the best reputation for election integrity. Poll workers in Michigan were duplicating ballots, but when our observers attempted to challenge the activity, those poll workers jumped in front of the volunteers to block their view so that they couldn't see what they were doing. And it became a little bit dangerous. One major hub for counting ballots in Detroit covered up the windows again with large pieces of cardboard. And so they wanted to protect and block the counting area. They didn't want anybody seeing the counting, even though these were observers who were legal observers that were supposed to be there. In Detroit, there were hours of unexplained delay in delivering many of the votes for counting. The final batch did not arrive until 4 in the morning, and even though the polls closed at 8 o'clock. So they brought it in, and the batches came in, and nobody knew where they came from. We've also been denied access to observe in critical places in Georgia. In multiple swing states, counting was halted for hours and hours on election night, with results withheld from major Democrat-run locations only to appear later. And they suddenly appeared, and they all had the name Biden on them, or just about all. I think almost all. They all had the name Biden on them, which is a little strange. I challenge Joe and every Democrat to clarify that they only want legal votes, because they talk about votes, and I think they should use the word legal votes. We want every legal vote counted, and I want every legal vote counted. We want openness and transparency, no secret count rooms, no mystery ballots, no illegal votes being cast after Election Day. You have election day, and the laws are very strong on that. You have an election day, and they don't want votes cast after election day, and they want the process to be an honest one. It's so important. We want an honest election, and we want an honest count, and we want honest people working back there because it's a very important job. So that's the way this country is going to win. That's the way the United States will win. And we think we will win the election very easily. We think there's going to be a lot of litigation because we have so much evidence, so much proof, and it's going to end up perhaps at the highest court in the land. We'll see. But we think there'll be a lot of litigation because we can't have an election stolen like this. And I tell you, I have been talking about this for many months with all of you, and I've said very strongly that mail-in ballots are going to end up being a disaster. Small elections were a disaster. Small, very easy to handle elections were disastrous. This is a large-scale version, and it's getting worse and worse every day. We're hearing stories that are horror stories, absolute horror stories, and we can't let that happen to the United States of America. It's not a question of who wins, Republican, Democrat, Joe, myself. We can't let that happen to our country. We can't be disgraced by having something like this happen. So it will be hopefully cleared up, maybe soon, I hope soon, but it'll probably go through a process, a legal process. And as you know, I've claimed certain states, and he's claiming states, and we can both claim the states, but ultimately I have a feeling judges are going to have to rule. But there's been a lot of shenanigans, and we can't stand for that in our country. Thank you very much.
Are you being a sore loser?
To finish with no interruptions, none of the nonsense, just the truth, which President Trump's peaceful protests are amazing, full of proud, patriotic Americans from all walks of life that love the president, love freedom, love God, love their country. We're showing you that with no shame. So support this independent media movement at Right Side Broadcasting. You can support us by going to our website, rspnetwork.com/donate, or you can mail a check to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Now I'm going to read a few super chats. and I'm going to hand it over to Chiz Maga, and he's going to wrap it up for us. Let's start with My 2 Cents. Said I bought a Donald Trump AK-47. It's awesome. Man, let's look at these fans over here. Look at all these patriots over here. Love it. I'll get to super chats in a second, but I'm over here distracted by the crowd. They love us here at RSPN because they know that they have an ally in the media. We're the only pro-Trump network that's going to show you everything start to finish. How you doing, ma'am? God bless you. God bless. Hey, God bless. Make America great again. Make America great again. That's what we're going to do. We're going to win this fight tomorrow because that's the only choice we have. I'm sorry, but my freedom is non-negotiable, and Joe Biden and these Democrats aren't taking it from me. Thank you. Thank you. They're saying we love you. Thank you. Look, we got a nice picture over here. You guys see that? You see that? We got fans up in here. Real news, real news. Yes. 4 more years. Can we get a 4 more years, chant? 4 more years. 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 And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to need to wrap, unfortunately, because I could show you this all night because it's exciting, but we do need to wrap because we have to send it over to Lansing, Michigan, where President Trump will be wrapping up. So from us here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, God bless you. God bless President Trump. Let's make America great again. We're going to win this election tomorrow. 4 more years. God bless you. Good night.
All right, thank you so much, Mike. For those of you watching the Kenosha stream, we're going to migrate on over to the Grand Rapids rally stream. So if you're watching it, it will end soon. Same thing with Facebook and Periscope, but we will create new streams on YouTube. We are actually already live on the Grand Rapids stream, so join us over there. We're live right now. We expect a huge crowd there in Grand Rapids to close out the 2020 campaign season for President Trump. And this is actually the same location, not location per se, but the same city that he held his last campaign rally in 2016. I believe we were there. So anyway, thank you all so much for watching, for helping us to break another record tonight. God bless you over in Grand Rapids.
Hey everybody, stop clicking around. I am in the woods with some water going in the background near my house, and in the next 30 seconds I'm going to show you how to use this solar power bank from 4 Patriots to charge 2 huge devices at the same time. I'm also going to show you how you never have to run out of battery power for your phone ever again, even if you're in a dire situation. And that's because I'm holding a Patriot power cell, or what I call a pocket backup power factory. It fits anywhere, and it's easy to my hand, and it packs so much power inside this thing to charge your devices. It even charges 2 devices at the same time. So you can see right now that it is charging this iPad, which is currently at 1%. You can see that the lights are going, and I'm going to go ahead and plug in a second device. Now this even works. I don't know how many ads you've seen for solar gadgets that crack or get wet or stop working after a few uses. You really have to pamper, but not this thing. This thing is so amazingly tough. You can drop it, you can splash it, you can run it down to 0% and then recharge it all the way back up to full. See, yep, it's charging this phone too, which is also at 1%. You can recharge it not just 80 times, not 90 times, but up to 500 times, maybe even more. So you're going to want to stop what you're doing and pay special attention, because I'm going to put something on the screen that is only going to stay here for a second. Now, you might want to get out your clicking finger and get ready to strike this when this appears. You do not want to miss it. This that I'm holding right now, again, is called the Patriot Power Cell from 4 Patriots. It's a battery pack, and it works with any phone or tablet or any other USB powered devices. And the best part is that, look at the solar panel. It even recharges itself using the free power of the sun. And you can always charge it on the wall while you still have power if you just need to get ready for what may be coming down the pike. And what I recommend is that you actually get a pack of these. You can get 4 of these. We've sent literally thousands of these around the country, and right now our store is showing an average of 5 out of 5 stars on this product if you go to 4patriots.com. That's because people love it. We hear from all kinds of people. We hear from police officers, we hear from Navy SEALs, former Navy SEALs, first responders, seniors. parents, we hear from just people who love to travel, people who get the 4-pack and give these out as gifts. One of our customers wrote on the website, they wrote, get more than one, and they rated it 5 stars. And they said, I have them in every bag of mine as a backup battery, and when it's sunny, I have them set out to get a quick charge. Now, another customer wrote on our website, again on 4patriots.com, I've purchased several of the 4-pack Patriot Power Cells. They rated it 5 stars, not only for personal use, but they make good gifts. Everyone I've given one to loves them. Anyway, so I really love this, and that's why now for a limited time, while these supplies are still with us, you get a 50% savings today and free shipping when you grab a 4-pack of these. Not only that, but when you do grab this 4-pack, you're going to find out how to build your very own larger full-size solar panels as part of a digital video library that you're going to get. And we used to sell that digital video library separately to thousands of people. It's part of how our business got started, but right now it's yours 100% free, only when you claim a 4-pack of these guys. Now, 4 Patriots has nearly a 5-star ratings on Google reviews and 5 stars on Better Business Bureau, but I wanted to make sure that you don't have to trust a single thing that I say. That's why you're going to be able to return these babies if you're not 1,000% in love. Not just a full 30 days after you order, but you have an entire 365 days after you order. That's right, it's a full year. I'm going to turn this around so you can see the brand. Anyway, that way you know how serious I am and how much I stand behind this amazing product. You can see me now in the woods. It's cloudy, it's charging, it's got 2 devices going. I'm going to take all the risk. So here's the part that I promised. To get the 4-pack and your 50% savings, your free digital video library to build full-size solar panels yourself, to get free shipping on everything, you're going to have to click the button right now, because once this video goes away, I can no longer guarantee that we have even a single one of these in stock. And we first sold out in only a few days, and it took months to get them back again. And to be honest, with everything going on this week in the world, I don't know what the wait time is going to be when we run out again. So you're going to want to click that clicky finger, take that finger and click that button and claim your 4-pack now, because these are going fast. Click the button to see more.
Want to know the secret to more energy? Do one thing. Place your hand on your chest, hold it there, and ask yourself this. Could it be that all signs of getting older are coming from one fixable problem right under here? This is probably going to surprise you, but if you have low energy, if your body is achy or you need naps at random times, or if you're gaining weight or having skin problems, joint problems, or trouble concentrating, these issues could all be starting right here at your heart. Now, most people, when I first tell them that, think I'm talking about heart disease or heart attacks. I'm not. I'm talking about something sneakier, but also easier for you to fix. First thing you have to know is that all these things that are usually blamed on diet, exercise, age, or genetics, things like fatigue, weight gain, dull skin, and brain fog, often really originate from your heart. I'm Dr. Stephen Gundry. I've made this short video to show you a common issue that can drag the rest of your body down, especially if you're over 40. And I'm going to show you something powerful you can do to help your body correct the problem. You see, research has shown there's an internal switch you can flip, and it helps you get back your energy, support your metabolism, and help your whole body work like it's supposed to. Imagine starting to feel and look like a younger version of yourself. You find yourself waking up first thing with incredible energy. You can do a full day of work, even get some exercise, and still have pep to enjoy family time at night. No naps required. Even things like losing weight get easier, and you can finally wear things you've missed wearing. Make no mistake, these things are within your reach, and it's because of the incredible power your heart has over the rest of your body. And by the way, what I'm about to show you does not involve diet, exercise, or a lifestyle change. It's one simple thing you can do at home to help you combat fatigue, metabolism, and other issues at the source, your heart. As you learn this simple technique, and you see how easy and powerful it is, you might even be frustrated you didn't know about it sooner. Don't blame yourself though. For a long time, even I didn't know your heart could trigger such dramatic improvements in your body. And my specialty as a doctor is the heart. In fact, at one point, I was performing more infant heart surgeries than anyone else in the world. in addition to all the regular heart surgeries. More than 10,000 total heart surgeries, to be exact. I invented surgical devices, set records, and won awards. According to my colleagues in the field, no one knew the human heart better than me. And yet, despite my expertise, there I was, an obese man approaching 50 with low energy and terrible health. Yes, that was really me. And I thought the same thing everyone else did, that I was just getting older and I needed to eat better and exercise more. So, I went on a strict diet and started running and working out, and none of it worked. If anything, I felt worse. Maybe you've had an experience like this yourself. It was only after a long investigation that I discovered the problem lurking in my heart and in the hearts of countless others too. And when I discovered how to fix it, it was one of the biggest breakthroughs ever for both me and the thousands who have benefited from the discovery since. It's the reason why at 70, I'm now the slimmest and most energetic I've ever been. Let me show you what I found out and how you can use it to get your youthful energy back. You're about to discover the 2 problems that drain your energy, and one simple technique thousands of people have now used to fix both of them. And I should probably introduce myself properly too. So again, I'm Dr. Stephen Gundry. You may have seen me before on shows like The Doctors, The Kelly Clarkson Show, and Dr. Oz. I'm a cardiothoracic surgeon, nutrition researcher, and 5-time New York Times best-selling author. And I'm the inventor of 9 major surgical devices, including the Gundry retrograde cardioplegic cannula. If anyone you know has had open heart surgery within the past 25 years, this device was probably used to keep their heart alive during the procedure. I'm also the founder and director of the Center for Restorative Medicine, with award-winning clinics in both Palm Springs and Santa Barbara, California. Overall, I've spent more than 40 years as a health pioneer, including over 20 years as one of Castle Connolly's top American doctors. And as grateful as I am to have accomplished these things, there's one breakthrough I'm prouder of than anything else. It's what you're about to learn in this video. I'm confident this information can change your daily life completely if you commit to using it. So, I encourage you to pay close attention. Ready? Let's pull back the curtain on your energy. We'll start with a closer look at your heart. Now, your heart's main job is to support every process in your body. And if anything goes wrong with your heart, every other part of you is affected. That's because your heart is where all your energy comes from. And I don't just mean the energy that makes you feel alert. I also mean the energy that powers everything inside you. Your muscles, metabolism, brain, lungs, digestive system, immune system, everything. Now here's something most people don't know. When I talk about your energy, especially when it comes to restoring it, I'm actually referring to a chemical your body makes. It's called adenosine triphosphate, or ATP. Your whole body runs on ATP. It's produced in every single cell inside you. Simply put, ATP is your energy. And there's one muscle in your body that makes and uses more ATP than any other. Can you guess what it is? Yep, your heart. All the cells in your heart are like super factories for ATP. Making it is their full-time job. And your heart uses this ATP to constantly pump blood, which carries oxygen and nutrients all over your body. And when the cells in these other body parts receive the oxygen and nutrients, they use them to make their own ATP. And as a result, your entire body is able to run at full power, thanks to abundant ATP everywhere. And it all starts with your heart. When you're younger, this whole system runs beautifully. It's why you have tons of energy and feel great at that age. It's also why you have a roaring metabolism and can stay skinny more easily. As you get older, though, 2 problems emerge, and they start to drag your whole body down, draining your energy and your health. And if that weren't bad enough, the second problem also triggers age-related weight gain. I'm going to reveal both problems now. I call them your 2 energy obstacles. And I'm going to show you the one powerful technique that's allowed thousands of people to feel more energetic than they have in years. So let's start with energy obstacle number 1, your heart. Now, this is going to sound kind of weird, but look at this banana. It's fresh, brightly colored. Looks great, right? Now, look at this banana. It's the same banana, but a week later, it's now brown and wilted. Believe it or not, knowing what happened to this banana can help you get your energy back. You see, the banana turned brown because of a chemical reaction, and the same reaction happens in your heart. It's called oxidation. The older you get, the more this oxidation starts to happen, and it attacks your heart on the most fundamental level, your cells, where the energy is made. And at first, you don't see the damage, but as the damage begins to accumulate and spread to the rest of your body, you start looking and feeling older. This is what people think of as aging. And if that wasn't bad enough, the oxidation also starts slowing down your blood flow, another crucial part of your energy. You see, oxidation can keep your blood vessels from staying open and relaxed, making it harder for your blood to get through them. And this ends up slowing down the nutrient supply to the rest of your body. And you start losing energy and aging even faster. Fortunately, though, there is one key difference between your body and that brown oxidized banana I mentioned earlier. Unlike the banana, your body is actively fighting the process. It's constantly trying to fix the damage the oxidation causes. And research shows us if you can slow down the oxidation enough to let your body catch up, your heart cells can continue doing their job, repairing themselves and making ATP. And your blood vessels can stay relaxed, helping your heart get the energy supply to the rest of your body too. This means your whole body can start recharging. You can start feeling younger and even looking younger. Think about how this could change your daily life. Imagine that thriving feeling as your whole body wakes up again. So, how can you accomplish this? You arm your body with powerful compounds called phytochemicals. Phytochemicals are special nutrients certain plants store in their leaves and fruit. When you consume them, they help your system start slowing down oxidation. They do this by scavenging molecules that cause the oxidation, known as free radicals. As these free radicals get neutralized, it helps free up your system to start ramping your energy back up. This enables you to experience a renewed surge of youthful vitality, and that's regardless of your age. And I can tell you firsthand, as can thousands of people I've helped, the difference you feel is incredible, especially after you remove the other energy obstacle, which I'll get to in a moment. So, where do you get these phytochemicals? Well, I've researched this for years, and the richest sources I've found by far are 3 unique berries. They've all shown incredible health-boosting power in studies. That's why I call them the Heart Power Trio. They include Schizandra, shown in human studies to support enhanced physical stamina, optimum mental clarity, and even hand-eye coordination. Mangosteen, shown in groundbreaking animal studies to help you fight weight gain and support healthy activation of AMPK, the youth enzyme that controls aging. Acerola, shown in animal studies to help improve mental energy and fight weight gain. The key to these berries' power is that they're super rich in the most powerful phytochemicals ever researched. In multiple studies from some of the world's top researchers, these phytochemicals were found to be exceptional at fighting off age-causing free radicals. And not only does this help you get more energy rapidly, starting in your heart, but it also provides important support to your heart health in the long run. Brigham and Women's Hospital investigated phytochemicals' role in supporting heart health through a massive study with more than 43,000 men over the course of 24 years. At the beginning of the study, all the participants were roughly even in terms of heart health. And at the end of the study, the ones who consumed lots of phytochemicals maintained their heart health better than the ones who didn't. That's a major real-world demonstration of the powerful support phytochemicals can provide your body. And this is just the beginning. Now that oxidation is slowing and your heart is running smoothly, we can tackle the second energy obstacle that can get in your way. And since this obstacle is also a leading cause of weight gain in the process, benefits of removing it become even more exciting. Energy obstacle number 2, the energy storage problem. Now, when it comes to your energy, your body actually has 2 choices what to do with it. Option 1 is to use it as fuel. Option 2 is to store it as fat. And the problem is, as you get older, your body starts to go with option 2 more, storing your energy as fat rather than using it as fuel. Not only can this problem make you feel worn down and older, It can also make you gain weight. But why does this happen? And what can you do about it? Is there a way for your body to unlock these fat stores and start turning them back into energy? I found the exciting answer when I started studying a compound called carnitine. Carnitine is an important chemical your body makes when you're younger. It helps your cells turn fat into energy. As you get older, though, your body starts making less carnitine. And this is what leaves you with less energy and more fat. But what if you started ingesting carnitine to get it back into your body? Could it help reverse the situation and help you get thinner and feel livelier? According to a groundbreaking clinical trial that was carried out in Germany, the answer is yes. In this trial, German scientists put one group of adults on carnitine for 10 days and the other group on a placebo for 10 days. And everyone ate the same diet. When the scientists tested both groups at the end of the 10 days, they found the carnitine group was burning more fat for energy. To make sure it wasn't a fluke, they switched who got the placebo and who got the carnitine and did the trial a second time. The results were consistent. Whoever got the carnitine burned more fat. As an author of over 300 medical papers, I can tell you, results like this are exciting. And that's why, when you combine carnitine with heart-supporting, energizing phytonutrients, the effect can be life-changing. It's so powerful, in fact, over the past several years, I've had countless people try this combination. And nearly all have lost weight, felt more energetic, even gotten into their old skinny clothes, felt clearer mentally, felt more confident, and so much more. And if you think that sounds great, get ready. It's about to get even better. You see, about 2 years ago, I made a discovery that helped amplify these results even more. So let me reveal that discovery now. Earlier in this video, I talked about how your energy is actually a chemical called ATP. Well, your body uses a nutrient called ribose to make ATP. And a major clinical trial on ribose was carried out in Europe that revealed something astounding. In the trial, scientists found that if they gave people a ribose supplement, their bodies would make more ATP with it. In other words, if your body gets more ribose, it has the potential to make even more energy. So when I began recommending people add ribose to the energy combo I already mentioned, their results went through the roof. They reported experiencing a fantastic increase in all-day energy, or more youthful feeling body, feeling less tired after physical exertion, improved mental energy and focus, improved skin appearance, much more control over their weight, a feeling like a burden had been lifted off their bodies. The list goes on and on. And of course, it's one thing to talk about these benefits. It's another to truly experience them for yourself. So let me show you the most powerful way I've found to get this incredible combination of nutrients into your body. And this way you can start seeing the exciting changes firsthand. Now, first of all, every compound I've named in this video can be found in select foods. Phytonutrients can be found in the Heart Power Trio berries I talked about, acerola, schizandra, and mangosteen, along with a few other key exotic fruits. Carnitine can be found in a special kind of milk called A2 milk, and ribose can be found in small amounts in pastured eggs and organic spinach. The problem is, to see the real results, you'd have to consume piles of these foods, far more than you could realistically eat, especially since some of these foods are already hard to find. That's why many of the studies I mentioned didn't use the foods. They used special, custom-made concentrates. That's how they got the huge results. And the thing is, these laboratory-grade concentrates are hard to make. In some cases, mistakes during processing can actually destroy the nutrients. That's why the real stuff usually isn't available publicly. It's not the kind of thing you'd easily find at a store or online. When I realized this, I began going through the studies and making phone calls. Eventually, I got my hands on premium concentrates of the Heart Power Trio berries. They had the top level of purity available and packed a super high dose of easily absorbed, energizing phytonutrients. This would help support a healthy heart and optimum blood flow throughout your body. I knew that was an amazing start. After that, I reached out to some of the food chemists who supplied these studies. I took copious notes and then got to work in the lab. Thanks to their guidance and my own experimentation, we found a way to concentrate additional fruit compounds. I eventually wound up with a massive blend of 12 ultra-potent fruit concentrates. I called it the Super Blood Flow Blend. This blend gives your body a complete blast of re-energizing compounds. It's specifically designed to help you overcome the first energy obstacle, fighting free radicals and supporting blood flow. At this point, I knew I already had something more potent than anything on the market. But I wasn't finished yet. There was still energy obstacle number 2 to handle. We needed carnitine. So I reached out to my contacts in the scientific community, and they helped me secure a concentrate of the most potent form of carnitine available. It's called acetyl L-carnitine. It's rapidly absorbed by your body and used right away to take care of the second energy obstacle, helping your body unlock fat for energy. The only thing left was to amplify all the benefits with ribose. And I'm thrilled to report I was able to get a sought-after form called D-ribose. It has an ultra-high level of bioavailability. This means your body can easily digest it and send it to every cell inside you to make ATP, the chemical you use for energy. This final ingredient rounded out the most complete and potent formulation of body re-energizing ingredients my colleagues or I had seen anywhere, all designed to help unlock the full potential of your body from your heart outward. I named the blend Gundry MD Energy Renew, and as soon as I got people taking it, the differences became obvious. You see, Energy Renew is designed to be your master key to maximum energy, a healthy metabolism, a youthful feeling body, a clear mind, and so much more. It's formulated to be rapidly absorbed into your system and trigger benefits you'll notice within weeks, and in some cases, days. When my wife Penny and I started using it, the first thing we noticed was the incredible energy boost. Even on days when we were stuck inside, we didn't feel like napping anymore. We felt great. We started getting stuff done around the house, a lot of home improvement projects. And even though we tried to be good about our diets, we could now get away with cheat meals without crashing or having indigestion afterwards. I even lost 9 pesky pounds that were still hanging on from vacation. And when I started recommending the Energy Renew blend to people who came to me for advice about fatigue, they experienced an even bigger difference. I mentioned earlier that people said they felt like a burden had been lifted. People told me they didn't feel sluggish or sleepy anymore. They weren't feeling foggy, lost, or scrambled mentally. They finally felt confident enough to step on the scale and found they'd lost weight. And they had energy and motivation to work on projects even when they were sheltering in place. The more active crowd liked to enjoy it during workouts as well. They'd just throw it in a sports bottle filled with water for a blast of energy that would get them through any workout. Overall, everyone just felt happier and healthier, regardless of their situation. And the difference was big enough that many called personally to thank me. In fact, even my friend, ultra-marathoner Charlie Engel, told me he loves to recharge with it during his long races. I can't tell you how pleased I am that so many have gotten such incredible results with this new blend. And the best part is that all these benefits are wrapped up in one little scoop of drinkable powder that dissolves instantly into any drink. It has no artificial sugars, no toxic additives, nothing but the good stuff. Plus, it's third-party checked by a GMP-certified lab for quality and purity before it's approved to ship to you. Once you receive it, you simply mix 1 scoop once a day in water or a smoothie and enjoy your body reawakening from head to toe. I'm going to show you how to get your own supply in a second. First, you deserve to know how your Energy Renew achieves these incredible results. The star of the formula is an incredible 12-source phytonutrient blend, the Super Blood Flow Blend. This blend includes high-potency extracts of exotic superfruit berries such as Schisandra. The Journal of Ethnopharmacology did an absolutely mind-blowing review of this incredible berry. In the review, a whopping 23 human studies across the world indicated that Schisandra can help improve physical endurance in healthy adults. In several of those studies, Schisandra also helped participants enhance the accuracy of their movement and mental energy. Mangosteen. In 2016, a mangosteen study came out in the Journal of Medicinal Food that got the health community buzzing. In this shocking animal study, mangosteen helped maintain a healthy weight by supporting AMPK production, sometimes nicknamed the youth enzyme, for the control it exerts over the aging process. Acerola, This powerful tropical berry was just shown in a groundbreaking 2017 animal study to dramatically enhance mental sharpness. In another study, they found that when they fed mice acerola, they had an easier time keeping those mice at a healthy weight. And in yet another 2017 study, this time in vitro, acerola also helped human skin cells defend against age-accelerating oxidative damage. And the scientists in this study didn't go easy. They hit the skin cells hard with powerful oxidative chemicals, but the phytonutrients from acerola appeared to help the cells protect themselves. Now, schizandra, mangosteen, and acerola are just the 3 berries I call the heart power trio. There are 9 more phytonutrient-rich fruits in this incredibly potent blend, plus an extra concentrated blast of phytonutrient-rich hibiscus. The result is an incredible dose of nutrients shown to help your cells defend themselves so that they can keep powering your body with abundant, youthful energy. And the berry blend is just the beginning. Energy Renew also has acetyl L-carnitine. This is the powerhouse form of carnitine, which is crucial for your energy levels as you get older. In a groundbreaking human trial carried out in 2004, scientists separated healthy adults into 2 groups. One group got carnitine every day, and another group got a placebo. After 10 days, tests were run, and the carnitine group was burning more fat for energy. And this was despite everyone eating the exact same diet. So the scientists switched the carnitine and placebo groups for a second 10-day run to see if it changed anything. No matter what, whoever got carnitine burned more fat. Several years later, a more in-depth human clinical trial was done on L-carnitine with even more shocking results. In this study, scientists gave healthy adults a daily drink that either had carnitine or didn't for a period of 5.5 months. During that time, scientists repeatedly tested the participants' physical performance on exercise bikes. In every test, the carnitine group was able to generate much more pedaling power for longer on the bikes. And the scientists determined it was because the carnitine was helping their bodies use more fat for energy. As you might imagine, burning fat for energy can have a wonderful slimming effect on your body as well. What's more, shortly after that carnitine exercise study came out, a major comprehensive review of L-carnitine was published in Expert Review of Neurotherapeutics, this time concerning your nerves. Based on multiple clinical trials involving over 1,700 participants, the authors of the review concluded that L-carnitine gives incredible support to nerve health, which is critical for enjoying life as you get older. Now, as if this formula weren't powerful enough already, the final ingredient takes it over the top: D-ribose. This is the easy-to-digest form of ribose, the key compound that makes up energy in your body. And in an amazing study carried out in 2004, it was discovered that when participants took in more D-ribose in the form of a supplement, it caused their bodies to make more energy out of it. Much more recently, however, in 2017, another even more impressive clinical trial was carried out. In this trial, scientists demonstrated how D-ribose helped improve physical performance and recovery in regular people, not athletes or fitness buffs. Over the course of several days, they had 26 healthy adults perform grueling physical performance tests on exercise bikes every single day. Half of those people got D-ribose, and half of them got a placebo. From the first punishing day to the last, the non-athletic people who got D-ribose consistently outpedaled those who got the placebo, and they also bounced back from the effort faster. This kind of energy-enhancing power is why D-ribose is the final ingredient in the incredible Energy Renew formula. And all the ingredients in this formula have been hand-selected by me and my team for both the powerful benefits they each provide on their own and for the specific ways they all work together to help you feel like you're living in a brand new body. That's why the results have been so dramatic for nearly everyone who's tried it. More energy, easier weight management, a more youthful appearance, a clearer mind, awesome health. These are all possible thanks to what this enhanced, re-energizing blend can do in your body. All you have to do is mix one little scoop in water or a smoothie and enjoy daily. People even love the refreshing passion fruit flavor. Of course, I could talk about Energy Renew all day, But the truth is, you deserve to experience its full power for yourself. That's why it's about time I told you how to get your hands on your very own risk-free supply. Now, when I was deciding how to release this formula, I felt it was important that it not only be effective, it should also be affordable. Energy Renew has 15 groundbreaking ingredients, all scientifically backed, and all produced to uncompromising standards. They were all formulated together under the guidance of me, a top-ranked doctor and researcher, into one formula that can help you feel and see a real difference in your energy, waistline, complexion, confidence, and more. Creating Energy Renew has been the single biggest project I've ever undertaken as a health researcher. Many of the ingredients of this formula you can't even find anywhere else. And the ingredients you can find get expensive really quickly. Early on, I had my team price out each ingredient individually for a month's supply, and when they added everything up, the total was over $200. I knew that was unreasonable for most people. Fortunately, I was able to team up with a world-class lab that could help me get that cost down by ramping up production. And I also knew I wasn't going to put this formula in specialty stores until we could get around the markups they charge, which make it more expensive. So instead, by offering Energy Renew directly to you, I'm able to pass all the savings on to you as well. That's why you won't be paying $200. You won't be paying $100. When Energy Renew becomes available on my main website, I'll proudly be able to offer it at $74.95 for a month's supply. And you won't even be paying that. Because you've stuck with me through this report, I'm pleased to be able to offer you Energy Renew with all the incredible benefits it packs for just $49.95 for a month's supply. That's $1.67 per day, which is less expensive than a plain cup of coffee. And it's so much better for you than that coffee. What's more, I put together a 3-pack option where you can save even more, and a 6-pack option for families and people who want the maximum savings possible. The only catch is that this deal is only guaranteed until the current batch of Energy Renew runs out. And since thousands of people have ordered, that supply is already going fast. So I encourage you to click the button below to get to the secure order page now. If the purchase buttons are still working, that means we still have some available. Your information while ordering is protected by a full SSL encryption for your security. Also, when you order today, your purchase is completely covered by my 90-day money-back guarantee. If within 90 days you don't experience the highest energy, best supported metabolism, and most vibrant health of your life, simply contact my customer support team for a full refund of your purchase price. That's how confident I am that this formula will change your life. And speaking of change, there's one more thing I want you to remember above all else. And that's what drove you to come to this page and watch this report. What is it about your health you want to change? Maybe being stuck at home forced you to put on extra weight you didn't want. Maybe you feel tired more often and can't even read your favorite book without wanting to take a nap. Maybe you're suddenly hungry more often for more unhealthy foods. Maybe you're tired of fearing the scale or the mirror. Maybe you just want to feel healthier, happier, and more confident. Whatever your reason, Energy Renew is the most powerful, most complete way I know of to revitalize your body. The unique 15-ingredient blend goes right to work inside you, working its way from your heart to your cells, your metabolism, your brain, nourishing every body part. Just imagine feeling your whole body come alive. Imagine how different your day can be when you're experiencing the benefits like the people in all those studies you learned about. Imagine feeling like a burden has been lifted, like nearly everyone I've had try this formula. Imagine literally being lighter as your metabolism starts getting the support it needs to help you shed unwanted pounds. Imagine not needing naps during the day anymore, or feeling tired anytime except at bedtime. Imagine having a cool, clear head and abundant mental energy for any projects or activities you want. Imagine having plenty of physical energy to go for walks or enjoy hobbies you thought you'd been forced to give up. Imagine just feeling more comfortable and happy in your own skin, whatever that means for you. These aren't pipe dreams. These are all natural things your body is perfectly capable of when it gets the support it needs. And that's what Energy Renew is designed to give you. But it's up to you to try it for yourself and find out. Right now you have access to an exclusive offer. and you're covered by a risk-free guarantee that you'll get the results you want. So, don't you think it's time you gave yourself the body and health you deserve? If you're ready to take that thrilling journey, then click the button below. And let me be the first to congratulate you on this wonderful step you're taking for your health. I'm Dr. Stephen Gundry. Thank you for watching. Still here? You've probably got some questions, and that's very common. Let me take a few moments to answer some of the most commonly asked questions about Energy Renew. I've seen some other products advertised that claim to boost your energy, metabolism, and so on. How is Gundry MD Energy Renew different? The big difference between Energy Renew and other health formulas is that I chose the ingredients for this formula based on real, up-to-date scientific results, and the results in my own patients in my 2 clinics. That's what led me to phytonutrients, carnitine, and ribose, with top scientific research supporting benefits from enhanced energy to supported heart and brain health to metabolism. I knew these powerful compounds would outperform just about anything on the market. Looking at the mountain of evidence, I could see why so many scientists were publishing papers on these compounds. And in an age where people spend too much time indoors, suffering from changes in their bodies that can snowball into other health problems, I knew the blend of ingredients in Energy Renew was possibly the single most important thing we could do for our bodies, with the power to support your heart, overcome all the major energy obstacles your body faces, refuel all your organs and systems on the cellular level. These compounds were virtually designed to fuel your body through any diet or lifestyle situation. So, based on real scientific results and exhaustive research, I put no less than 15 ultra-potent re-energizing ingredients in this formula. That's why I can confidently say there is absolutely nothing like Energy Renew on the market. A tremendous amount of work went into developing this groundbreaking 15-ingredient master formula. After all, I'm a surgeon with 40 years' experience and a published medical nutrition researcher, and I brought that expertise to the table. This formula gets real results because it's got the carefully selected ingredients from premium sources. To see the full list of ingredients, dosages, and supplement facts, just click the Next Step button below for more information. How do I know I'm getting a quality product? Gundry MD Energy Renew contains only 100% pure quality ingredients. The content of every batch is tested for quality and purity at an outside third-party laboratory. And again, my formula contains none of the toxic elements you'll find in lots of other so-called health products. Gundry MD Energy Renew has no artificial sugars, toxic additives, or unhealthy preservatives. As a physician, I'm putting my reputation on the line with this product, so you can be sure I go to great lengths to make sure every jar is top quality. I made a pledge when I developed the Gundry MD line. I will never sell any product I wouldn't personally recommend to a loved one. But of course, as a physician, I know that no supplement works for everyone. There's always a very small segment of the population who may be allergic or who can't tolerate certain ingredients in supplements. So, consult your doctor before starting any new dietary supplement. And if you want to return it for any reason at all, simply contact our U.S.-based customer support team for an immediate refund of your purchase price. How will I know if it's working? This is a great question. The best thing about this formula is that if you're like most people, you'll feel it very quickly. Most report feeling a distinctive, noticeable energy charge quickly. It may take longer for some than for others to feel results, but it's a feeling you're going to want again and again. You'll notice a lifting of the brain fog that often clouds your day. You'll feel better about completing tasks, one after the other, without losing steam, without losing stamina. After lunch, you'll wonder why you don't feel more lethargic. You'll likely notice you start to have easier control over your weight. You may even find yourself craving healthier foods. And the energy from this breakthrough formula comes without the crash you get from caffeine, without the crash you get from sugar or empty carbs. This is clean energy because it's the kind of energy your body is supposed to be getting. You'll know it's working when you look up at the clock and it's already 10 p.m. and you didn't notice because you're busy playing cards with friends or working on that personal project or watching that romantic movie with your spouse without falling asleep. Of course, there's only one way to really find out if Energy Renew will work for you. and that's to try it for yourself. If you're ready right now to get started, and if you're still here, you should be ready, simply click the Next Step button just below. How do I use Energy Renew? Now, this is the best part, because it's just incredibly easy. It literally takes not even 1 minute out of your day. You simply add 1 scoop of Energy Renew to water or a smoothie and drink once a day. The ingredients in this formula digest so easily your body starts metabolizing them quickly into benefits you can really feel. It is important to take your Energy Renew every day on a consistent basis. I take mine every morning with breakfast so that I can get my day started with a boost of long-lasting mental and physical energy. What if it doesn't work for me? Another great question, one we get all the time. Look, as a physician, I believe that everyone can benefit from the energizing, body-supporting ingredients in this formula. However, I've had enough experience to know that people are different. An individual body can react very differently to identical compounds. It all boils down to individual body dynamics. So even though people have consistently raved about the incredible changes they see when using Energy Renew, there are going to be some cases with fewer results. However, the great news is this. If the formula doesn't get results for you, I'm going to give you your money back. In fact, if there's any reason at all you're unsatisfied after a full 90 days of use, I'll return your purchase price. Again, my reputation is on the line here. I want every single person who comes to Gundry MD to have a completely positive experience. It's my name on the label, and I've come too far to risk that. So, try Gundry MD Energy Renew for 3 full months. And if you don't see truly remarkable results, less fatigue, better supported metabolism, clearer thinking, and better physical stamina, I'll give you your purchase price back, and that's my personal guarantee. So please, simply click the Next Step button below and get started risk-free right now. You'll find detailed information on the website about the full list of ingredients in this cutting-edge formula, about myself and my medical credentials, and everything you need to know about the product. It's been a pleasure spending this time with you today, and I hope you'll take action. Just click the button below so you can get started on personally transforming your health and your energy. For your health, I'm Dr. Stephen Gundry.
Hello, I'm Father Frank Pavone of Priests for Life. Are you tired of the lies that his opponents tell about President Trump? He puts kids in cages, he's racist, he doesn't have a plan to fight the virus. Well, so am I. So I've set up a website called electionhonesty.com, which says 12 of the most common lies and helps you to refute them. Go to electionhonesty.com today and spread it to others. And remember, support Right Side Broadcasting.
Broadcasting Network. I am your host for this evening. My name is Liz Willis, and we are live from Grand Rapids, Michigan, where President Trump is going to be giving his final rally of the final 5. President Trump has scheduled 5 rallies for the day, as well as 5 yesterday. This is going to be Election Night Eve. Election night is tomorrow, November 3rd, and me, as well as dozens of other press, are here tonight for the massive crowd that is gathering in Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's a chilly night here, as you can tell, but that's not stopping people from coming out and supporting President Trump. The lines here were absolutely insane. You can ask my cameraman to vouch for this. We actually had to park. We don't know where the car is. We had to park and we ran roughly 2 miles individually, one at a time. We just kept sending people because we thought we cannot miss this. Right Side Broadcasting has to be there. That was about 2 hours ago. So President Trump is running a little bit behind schedule. He actually just wrapped up speaking in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And we had around 200,000 concurrent viewers live on YouTube. If this is any indication of what to expect with the election results, President Trump is going to win by a landslide. We also have news regarding tonight's rally. I think it's safe to say we're going to have a very special Vice President appearance by Mike Pence here tonight. It appears that Air Force 2 landed about 20 minutes ago now. So thank you to everyone who's tuned in so far. This is going to be, I think, one of the biggest and best rallies of all time. If I tear up at the end, don't judge me. Right Side Broadcasting Network has been doing this for over 4 years now, covering all of President Trump's rallies, start to finish. This is our niche. This is what we love to do, and it's really been incredible being able to watch not just President Trump with these rallies grow bigger and bigger and more successful, but also the campaign and how fast they're able to get these events together, and these people that come out from all over the country. It doesn't matter what cities or how many cities in one state he does that day. For example, President Trump had 4 rallies alone in Pennsylvania just this past week, and each one of those was to capacity. Absolutely insane. Pennsylvania, I predict it going red for President Trump, and I predict Michigan to go red as well as it did in 2016. I was looking at quotes earlier. I believe it was Ronna McDaniel who was speaking and said it was like watching a lightning strike when Michigan went red in 2016 for President Trump, and they firmly believe it's going to strike twice for 2020. So we're excited, and if you look at these crowds that have gathered here today, you can pretty much confirm it. This is President Trump's second stop in Michigan today. He was in Traverse City earlier, and hopefully you guys were able to catch some of that broadcast. We don't have very good Wi-Fi signal, so bear with me. I'm going to read the donations as they come through, as I am able to get them. So I'm going to go ahead and start right now and kind of warm up you guys, talk to you about what's going on. We'll pan the crowds in just a second as well, so bear with me while we do this. It is a one-man shot tonight. I am here. I don't have any co-hosts. They've all been dispersed throughout the country working so hard. So shout out to everyone that's been working for RSBN today. This again is the 5th rally of the evening, the 5th and final rally for President Trump before heading into Election Day tomorrow. Looks like we have 55,000 people already watching, so thank you to everyone who's tuned in. Again, it's currently 10:33 p.m. Eastern Time here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. President Trump's original schedule had him slated to give his remarks at 10:30 p.m. However, he did just wrap a few moments ago in Kenosha, Wisconsin, so we can expect him to run anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour behind schedule. This man has been absolutely killing it. Hopefully you were able to see some of the Miami footage last night from his rally in South Florida. It was phenomenal, historic, and this is what I think is going to secure him a landslide victory. It looks like we do have some donations coming in via the YouTube Super Chat, so I'm going to shout them out. Today, as the final rally, it's very sentimental to us, but as opposed to asking for donations, I really want to use this time to celebrate our viewers and celebrate those who have stuck with us and encourage you guys to get out and vote tomorrow. There's absolutely no reason why any of y'all shouldn't vote. If there's a mobility issue and it's difficult, keep in mind, I know this sounds, a lot of you are like, well, duh. You know, you don't have to repeat this, but some people may not know. So there's Uber and Lyft if you don't have a car, if you don't have a way to get to the polls. These are apps that you can download onto your phone and get very reasonable prices for different modes of transportation. Again, there's Uber, that's U-B-E-R, and Lyft, L-Y-F-T. If you have questions about how you can use those apps, I would be happy to answer them for you. Again, imperative that everyone gets out and votes tomorrow. We need to help President Trump secure a landslide victory. This man has done so much fighting for our country, and he deserves 4 more years, to say the least. We're going to see videos during tonight's speech that will really summarize the past 4 years better than I could ever put into words, so stay tuned for that. We have Rev Richmond, who donated and said, Washington State can write in Joshua Freed, Republican, for Lieutenant Governor rather than the 2 Dems listed. Much love from RSB and Mod. We also, you're good. We also have 99.99. We're going to pan the crowds for a second. We're waiting for some press to be able to walk by. Again, tight risers here tonight. So Jerry Lynn donated earlier and said at $99.99, thank you RSBN for the great work covering Trump rally. I love Michigan, where it is my second hometown, where my American dream began. Vote my freedom, where my freedom started. Michigan, please vote for Trump 2020. That's really sweet. Thank you, Jerry Lynn. Hoping we secure a victory alongside you tomorrow. We have Tomato, who said, thank you, Joe Seals. Absolutely, Joe Seals is our CEO and deserves so much recognition. We cannot believe the hard work he's put in so far, especially the past few weeks, doing what a team of probably 24 should be helping him do. He is doing it all. So shout out to our CEO, Joe Seals. We have Carv Bennett as well, and we have $24.99 from Prince Hall, so thank you. We also have Eric Yang, who donated 50 Canadian dollars, and Leo Yaos, who said, long live RSB. And again, thank you guys for your support. I also want to say thank you to My Pillow. They've been absolutely incredible. As a personal goal of mine, I've been trying to work with them for the past 4 years because I know that their mission, and Mike Lindell as well, he's such a patriot, and their company really stands for a lot, if not everything, that Right Side Broadcasting stands for as well. Times have been tough. I think everyone knows it, and that's why now more than ever we are excited to announce that My Pillow is an official partner with Right Side Broadcasting Network. You might have seen it at some of the previous rallies.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and Second Lady of the United States, Mike Pence and Karen Pence.
Well, hello, Michigan. Congressman Huizenga, Congressman Molinar, GOP Chair Laura Cox, to all of you who have been with us every step of the way. It is great to be back in the Great Lakes State, just 80 minutes from Election Day when we re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years. Wow. And it is really great to be with you all. A special treat tonight to be with my much better half. She's a military mom. She's been committed to helping our military families. Been my wife for 35 years, but she's the best second lady the United States has ever had. Would you join me in thanking my wonderful wife, Karen Pence? But we're here tonight for the same reason you are. For one reason and one reason only. And that is that Michigan and America need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. It's on, and the road to victory goes straight through Michigan. You all are great to be out tonight. And, you know, I got to tell you, I just spoke to the president. He just finished up in Wisconsin. But he can't wait to get to Grand Rapids. It's great to be back here tonight. We'll never forget being in Grand Rapids 4 years ago tonight. The clock ticked past midnight. It was Election Day 2016. The president spoke till about 1:30 in the morning. And he walked up to me after he walked off the stage. He looked out at a crowd just like this one, and he slapped me on the shoulder and said, "Mike, I don't know about you, but that doesn't look like second place." And it still doesn't. Michigan did it before, and I know Michigan's gonna do it again. We're going to show America that Michigan is Trump country. But thank you all for coming out. What an incredible sight. And I know there's more people waiting to get in. And I'm telling you what, it really is incredible to be with you. And it's also great to be here with some great leaders who served alongside with us every step of the way. Would you join me in thanking 2 of the most principled conservative leaders in Congress? 2 men have been with us every step of the way, Congressman John Molinar and Congressman Bill Huizenga. And how about the next congressman from the 3rd Congressional District, Peter Meyer? And earlier tonight, the president and I were with a friend of mine. Got to know him over the last couple of years. He's a man of integrity, dedicated to his family. He's a West Point graduate, a combat veteran, a businessman, and the next senator from the great state of Michigan, John James. You know, 4 years ago, we inherited a military that had been hollowed out by devastating budget cuts. An economy that was struggling to break out of the slowest recovery since the Great Depression. Terrorism was on the rise around the world, and we witnessed a steady assault on our most cherished values. But in 3 short years, we rebuilt our military. Supported law enforcement and stood for life, liberty, and the Constitution of the United States. Incredible. And on the economy, after Joe Biden spent 8 years in the White House, trying to tax and spend and bail us back to a growing economy, President Donald Trump created the greatest economy in American history, and we are doing it again. How about those new GDP numbers last week? That's something. The American economy grew by more than 33%, shattering any previous record. The great American comeback is on, and with 4 more years of President Donald Trump, we're going to bring this economy back bigger and better than ever. You know, that great American comeback is a testament to all of you, to the character and the resilience and the strength of the American people. But it's also a tribute to a president and our allies in the Congress who worked with us to create the greatest economy the world has ever seen. That's why it's astonishing, in the midst of a global pandemic, Joe Biden wants to raise taxes by $4 trillion. On Friday, his running mate, Kamala Harris, said, she said, quote, "The first order of business is to get rid of the president's tax cuts." They got a $2 trillion version of the Green New Deal. But under President Donald Trump, where they're planning to raise your taxes, we cut taxes across the board. We rolled back more federal regulation than any administration in history. We fought for free and fair trade, unleashed American energy, and in 3 short years, businesses created 7 million good-paying jobs, including 112,000 jobs right here in the Great Lakes state. Unemployment reached a 50-year low, and wages were rising across the board in those first 3 years. And they were rising most rapidly for hardworking blue-collar Americans. The forgotten men and women of America were forgotten no more. You know, when Joe Biden was vice president, America actually lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs. You know, I come from just south of here in Indiana, just like Michigan. You know, we do 2 things well out this way, don't we? We make things and we grow things, right? But the last president actually said, after losing 200,000 manufacturing jobs, he said they're never coming back. Remember, he said, "What magic wand do you have?" Well, we didn't need a magic wand. We just needed President Donald Trump in the White House. 500,000 manufacturing jobs in just 3 years. So manufacturing came roaring back. And when it comes to trade, so important. Here in Michigan, what we make and what we grow, we sell to the world. Joe Biden's been a cheerleader of communist China all along the way. While they took advantage of the United States, put barriers to their markets, well, we put none to ours. And closer to home, when it came to our trading relationship with Canada and Mexico, Joe Biden liked to complain a lot about NAFTA, but he never lifted a finger to fix what was wrong with it when we saw thousands of factories close and jobs shipped south of the border. But under President Donald Trump, we put China on notice. We said the era of economic surrender is over. We stood strong, imposed tariffs, and NAFTA is now gone, and the USMCA is here to stay. And it's, you know, it's something you ought to know about Joe Biden's running mate as well. You know, I had a little debate with Kamala Harris in Salt Lake City a couple weeks ago. Thank you. Some people think we did all right, so thank you. But you all deserve to know in this hard-working state of Michigan, despite the fact the USMCA was a huge win for Michigan, right, Bill? I mean, but Kamala Harris was one of only 10 senators to vote against the USMCA. Kamala Harris said the USMCA didn't go far enough on climate change. I mean, she put her radical environmental agenda ahead of Michigan jobs and Michigan workers. No wonder she was listed as the most liberal member of the United States Senate last year. But when it comes to trade, or anything else for that matter, I promise you, President Donald Trump will always put American jobs and American workers first. And on energy, Joe Biden wants to crush American energy under a $2 trillion Green New Deal that had raised the cost of electricity for every home and business in America. It's true. The president had to remind him he was for it in that first presidential debate, remember? But he is, right? And Kamala Harris, she was like the original co-sponsor in the Senate of the Green New Deal. The truth is, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to abolish fossil fuels, end fracking, and destroy hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs. They said it over the last year over and over again, but now, right, Joe Biden shows up in Pittsburgh. I wasn't far from there today. And he's trying to convince people that he's not for banning fracking. He actually said that our president was lying about it. It came up in the presidential debate. How good did President Trump do in that presidential debate? Wasn't that a great night? That ball is still going. Anyway, it came up in the presidential debate. Remember Joe Biden, about 90 minutes into the debate, he said, America needs to make a transition from the oil industry. I love what the president said. He said, that's a big statement. But by the next morning, Joe Biden was already denying, but he's not, and even in the debate, remember? He said, show the tape. So we've been showing the tape. I got to tell you, men and women of Michigan, look, no matter what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are saying right now, you can take it to the bank. Joe Biden and the radical left are going to abolish fossil fuels, ban fracking, close down the oil industry if they ever get to the White House. But we're not going to let it happen. We're going to have more fracking, more American energy, and energy independence for generations to come with 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. Folks, the choice we face in this election, I really believe, is a choice between a Trump boom and a Biden depression. I mean, there was an independent review of his plans last week. It said that Joe Biden's economic policies would cost this country 5 million jobs and cut the average income of the Americans in your household by $6,500 a year. So anyway, every minute between now and when the polls close tomorrow here in Michigan, if you come across a family member, a coworker, a neighbor that is still undecided, I want you to say, you know, I was out at the airport, ran into Mike. And he said, if I ran into anybody who's undecided, I was just supposed to ask him one question. Seriously. Just look them in the eye and say just everything else. Just look them in the eye and say, who do you really think can bring this economy all the way back? Am I right? A career politician who spent 47 years in Washington, D.C. raising taxes, growing government, waving a white flag on international trade, or a proven job creator who's overseeing the fastest economic recovery in U.S. history? You ask them, and if they're honest, they'll answer. So this election really is about prosperity. It's about jobs. It's about our children's future. But it's also about national security. And I'll tell you what, I couldn't be more proud to serve alongside a president who cares so deeply about the men and women of our armed forces and their families. I mean, you might not know the Pences are actually a military family. My son's a United States Marine. And my daughter is married to a Navy pilot who's currently deployed. And we couldn't be more proud of them. In fact, my daughter is a military spouse, and while her husband is away, she's out campaigning a little bit with Mom and Dad. Would you welcome my wonderful daughter, Charlotte Pence Bond? Incredible Navy spouse and a writer and a leader. So proud of her. You know, when Joe Biden was vice president, we saw years of reckless budget cuts in our national defense, didn't we? And over the last few days, you can go look it up. Leading Democrats in Washington are talking about massive cuts in defense spending to pay for all their big government plans. President Donald Trump, we rebuilt our military. We restored the arsenal of democracy. President Trump signed the largest investment in our national defense since the days of Ronald Reagan. And with 4 more years, we're going to keep giving our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guard the resources and the support they need to defend this nation. And it's not just about those that serve today, it's about all of you who did serve in the uniform. You know, when Joe Biden, put your hand in the air if you're a veteran of our armed forces. Would you please let us thank you one more time. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. And thank you for our freedom. You know, when Joe Biden was vice president, America saw years of scandal at the VA that shocked the conscience of the nation. You remember. I mean, we had literally some of America's veterans that were dying on waiting lists, waiting to get the care that they earned in the uniform of the United States. But under President Donald Trump, those days are over. President Trump signed the most sweeping reforms of the VA in 50 years. We fired 3,000 VA employees that weren't giving our veterans the care they need, and Veterans Choice is now available for every veteran in America. So for a strong national defense, for taking care of our veterans, let me just say it's one more reason why we need John James in the United States Senate. And when it comes to law and order, you all know, President Donald Trump has stood every day with the men and women who serve on the thin blue line of law enforcement, and we always will. The President and I know what you know. Men and women who serve in law enforcement are some of the best people in this country, and they deserve the respect of every American every day. You know, the truth is, though, you remember the violence over this last summer, and all Joe Biden ever talked about was peaceful protesters. But rioting and looting is not peaceful protest. Burning businesses is not free speech. The truth is, Joe Biden would double down on the policies that have led to violence in America's cities. And Joe Biden explains it all by saying he believes America is systemically racist. And he and Kamala Harris often say that they believe police officers have an implicit bias against minorities. When Joe Biden was asked whether he'd cut funding for law enforcement, he replied, yes, absolutely. And Kamala Harris recently praised the mayor of Los Angeles for cutting $150 million out of the LAPD's budget. But under President Donald Trump, I'll make you a very firm promise. We're not going to defund the police. Not now, not ever. We're going to back the blue, and we're going to back the blue for 4 more years. And we're going to have law and order in every city, in every state in this nation for every American of every race and creed and color. It's been about standing with people that protect and serve, but this president's also stood strong for all the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution and in the hearts of the American people, like the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, and the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. To that end, we've appointed more than 200 conservative judges to our federal courts at every level. And they're all men and women who will uphold the God-given liberties enshrined in our founding documents. And that includes Justice Neil Gorsuch, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and that includes the Supreme Court's newest, brilliant, principled woman, Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Isn't she great? And not just because she's from Indiana. How much did you love it when one of those senators asked her, show me what you got written down on that paper? Nothing. She's so impressive, I'll tell you. And she's going to stand strong for all the liberties we cherish. You know, when Joe Biden was vice president, we actually saw a steady assault on our first freedom, the freedom of religion. The last administration used the power of the federal government to erode the conscience rights of doctors and nurses and religious charities. They even hauled a group of nuns into federal court to force them to compromise their faith to live under the Obamacare. It's true. And the same religious intolerance happened when Amy Coney Barrett was nominated to the Court of Appeals 2 years ago. You remember it? She was in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and the leading Democrat on that committee said she was concerned about Amy Coney Barrett's Catholic faith because she said, and I quote, "The dogma lives loudly within you." And then Hollywood elites started attacking Amy Coney Barrett for her faith, and they've never stopped. Well, I got news for the Democrats in Washington and their Hollywood friends. That dogma lives loudly in me. That dogma lives loudly in you. And the right to live and worship according to the dictates of our faith lives loudly in the Constitution of the United States of America. Under President Donald Trump, we restored the conscience rights of doctors and nurses. We stood strong for religious freedom. We ended the assault on the little sisters of the poor, and we are going to stand for the religious freedom of every American of every faith for 4 more years. And finally, where Joe Biden and Kamala Harris support taxpayer funding of abortion all the way up to the moment of birth, I couldn't be more proud to be vice president to a president who stands without apology for the sanctity of human life. So in our first 3 years, we rebuilt our military, we revived our economy, we stood for law and order, liberties, and life. And none of that would have been possible without the strong and consistent support of Michigan's Republicans in Congress. So right after you re-elect President Donald Trump, right after you send John James to the United States Senate, the President and I need Michigan to send Bill Huizenga, John Molinar, Peter Meyer, and Lisa McClain to a new Republican majority in Congress and retire Nancy Pelosi once and for all. Out. I'm telling you, I was there 10 years ago when we retired Nancy Pelosi the last time, and I intend to be here when we do it again. You know, when you look at everything we were able to accomplish with Republican majorities in the House and Senate, I think there's only one way you can describe it. In 3 short years, we made America great again. Right? And then 2020 arrived. And the coronavirus struck from China. But the American people have seen this president's leadership up close. I mean, before there was a single case of community spread anywhere in America, President Trump did what no American president had ever done. He suspended all travel from China, the second largest economy in the world. President Trump put the health of America first. Now, Joe Biden said that was xenophobic. Essentially means that he thought it was racist. He actually wrote that closing down travel in a global pandemic would make things worse. But Joe Biden got it wrong, and President Trump got it right. By shutting down travel from China, President Trump saved untold American lives because it bought us invaluable time to stand up the greatest national mobilization since World War II. It's true. We reinvented testing. We started the manufacture of billions of supplies, new medicines and therapeutics. And we're just a matter of weeks away from having the first coronavirus vaccine with tens of millions of doses for the American people. And I want to promise the people of Michigan, you can be confident. We're going to keep making sure those supplies and medicines are there. We're going to keep driving toward a vaccine till we put this pandemic in the past. And we're going to keep opening up America again. I mean, I know, I got to tell you, it's amazing to think how this economy's come back. In just the last 5 months alone, after losing 22 million jobs at the height of this pandemic, because of the foundation the president poured in those first 3 years, because of the unprecedented relief that these congressmen made available to families and to businesses, we've actually seen 11.5 million Americans already go back to work, including 600,000 people right here in the state of Michigan. We are opening up America again, and the Michigan economy is coming back. But you all deserve to know that Joe Biden is talking about shutting down our economy again. I mean, you've dealt with enough here in Michigan, right? I mean, the truth is, newspapers are already reporting there's countries in Europe that are already starting to shut down. So you can bet that Joe Biden will lock down the American economy if he makes it to the White House. All your schools will be closed, all your churches and synagogues, places of worship. Main Street will be all shuttered once again. Right at the moment that the American economy is getting back on its feet, Joe Biden said, and I quote, he would shut it down. So Joe Biden is going to shut down our economy, and he says we're in for a long, dark winter. But under President Donald Trump, we're going to defeat the virus, and the best is yet to come. You know, the choice in this election has never been clearer. The stakes have never been higher. When you look at their agenda of higher taxes, open borders, socialized medicine, a Green New Deal, defunding the police, abortion on demand, it's clear. Joe Biden would be nothing more than a Trojan horse for the radical left. It's true. I mean, I saw where Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren are already angling for cabinet posts. And the truth is, you all know what's at stake. Now, Joe Biden says that democracy's on the ballot. Well, I think our economic recovery is on the ballot. I think law and order are on the ballot. But I also think there's things much more foundational to who we are that are on the ballot as well. You know, in this election, I think it's not going to be so much whether America ends up more Republican or more Democrat, more liberal or more conservative, more red or more blue. I think the choice in this election is whether America remains America. It's whether we're going to chart a course, and Michigan will play an outsized role in this decision, so hear me out. It's whether we're going to chart a course based on our American heritage of faith, and family, and patriotism, and freedom, or whether we're going to let Joe Biden and the Democratic Party surrender our country to the radical left, shut down our economy, topple our heritage of freedom and values into an avalanche of socialism and decline. So let me say to all of you from my heart, for everything that has always made America unique and exceptional and great, for the freedom that generations of Americans have fought to defend, we've got to decide right here and right now that Joe Biden will never be president of the United States. We're going to re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years. Men and women, I got to tell you, when I got the phone call 4 years ago to join this ticket, I said yes in a heartbeat. Because I heard and saw in this president both the vision and the leadership ability to make this country great again. We served alongside each other every day for the last 4 years. And, you know, some people think we're a little bit different. But I got to tell you, we've gotten to be very close friends. And I can tell you firsthand, when the Klieg lights are off and the cameras are off, there's never been a day gone by in the last 4 years that I haven't seen this president, against unprecedented resistance and opposition by the Democrats in Washington, against